It is bright and early. I'm doing my best to wake up over here. So I know we're about to get 1,000 comments going, oh my God, Mason looked like he just woke up. Yes, I just woke up, ladies and gentlemen. But we will be answering your questions for about the next 5 hours or so. We actually get to watch a game here as well as we answer these questions. I believe the game probably kicks off in an hour and a half. Usually that's when the Europe games are. But thank you again for coming out. I appreciate y'all. And yeah, I don't even know if we want to waste any time. Let's get into it. Obviously, we're going to be answering questions over there on the site. If you ever want to ask a question on the site, you can go over flockfantasy.com. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You get a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you're wanting. And yeah, if you want that team review, of course, the cheapest way to get it is always to just take advantage of the underdog picks that you have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you can check out all these cool picks. You'll get a Dak Prescott free pick, more than less than half total yard for the Sunday night game. And you'll be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to go ahead and credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this in for Suka La Mink. Something like that. That's what the team name is. Appreciate you. It says, Yo Mace Dog, how can I make the team better? 4-0, about to be 4-1. Opponent had Baker and the Bucks kicker. Obviously a tough hole to dig ourselves out of. It's not like we're guaranteed to go 4-1 because of that, especially if we're 4-0. Should have a pretty solid squad. I'm very sorry that right now you can't link the NFL fantasy teams with the site, my guy. Really hoping that in the future we can go ahead and we can change this for you. That way you can get your team linked up. But anyway, it's a league where you start one quarterback, two receivers, two running backs, a tight ends. I believe, only one flex. So here, two wide receiver, one flex league. Depth's not going to matter too much. We are just going to be incentivized to build around the players at the very top, sell wide receiver depth in 2-for-1 deals to go find upgrades elsewhere. And yeah, looking at the team starting at the very top, you have Jalen Hurts, very comfortable spot with Hurts in that we never really have to pivot to another quarterback outside of this 1 week. So we will have to go through, we will have to pick up a backup quarterback for Jalen Hurts in week 5. Then we can go ahead and just drop him very easily this next week. If we're looking at the player that we dropped to pick up our backup quarterback here, I would say Blake Corum is probably that guy. Or if you look at Corum, this is a running back that sadly, even if Kyron Williams gets injured, he may not be the man in Los Angeles. What we've actually seen so far this season is you've actually seen the usage for Ronnie Rivers, not necessarily the usage for Blake Corum. So yeah, if we needed to drop somebody still to pick up that quarterback, I think Blake would be our drop. Going over to what we have with our next guy, we are going to be looking at a Mr. CeeDee Lamb. We have CeeDee Lamb, Nico Collins inside the starting lineup. So 2 top 5 receivers is going to make it where the wide receiver depth matters even less for us, because really no wide receiver you could ever roster on the bench, regardless of the matchup, would be in play for one of these wide receiver slots. At best, they'd be a flex. As of today, we have T. Higgins at the flex spot. Honestly, if you wanted to, I wouldn't fault you for pivoting over to Dontavian Wicks if you wanted to, just because the matchup is so good. Jameson Williams is a classic example of if you play in a 12-team format where you start 2 wide receivers and 2 flexes, there I'm fine holding on to Jameson because I think you can get a little bit deeper there at wide receiver. I think you can go ahead and look to throw Jameson Williams into the second flex spot potentially. But in terms of if you're looking to put Jameson Williams into, I don't know, if you're looking to put Jameson Williams into your primary flex, like over somebody like T. Higgins, it's just simply never going to happen. So I think Jameson's a good example of the kind of guy that we would always look to tier up from if we can, or not even tier up from him, but use him in a tier up elsewhere, specifically in this league format. And then going over to what we have with our Tight end position, we have Andrews. We have nobody. Obviously, Andrews may not even be better than just a streaming tight end at this point, so would look to upgrade here if possible. And then at running back, we have Gibbs, so we have the anchor. We have Najee Harris is a very solid running back, too, in the short term with the Jalen Warren injury. We have Zach Charbonnet, Blake Corum as these guys that if injuries were to occur in front of them, they're must-start options, or at least that's what we thought with Blake Corum at the beginning of the year. Now it looks not so much to be the case. So the main thing that I would look to do is if we could take Jameson Williams, and if we could trade Jameson with Mark Andrews, and go get to a real tight end that we are excited about, go somehow swindle ourselves into getting Trey McBride, Travis Kelce, Dalton Kincaid, really any tight end significance. I think specifically here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, where you're so strong in the wide receiver position at the top, I would. That would open up another roster spot for us as well, where we could go ahead and bring in a high upside running back off the waiver wire. Because honestly, when we have Nico Collins and CeeDee Lamb and it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I don't know if we want to be rostering 1, 2, 3, 4, then T. Higgins, so 5, 7 total receivers in comparison to 4 total running backs in this format with how strong you are at the top. So, I mean, if you could take Jameson, send him with Andrews, get an upgrade there, I would. If we need to drop somebody for the quarterback this week, we would just go ahead and we would drop Blake Corum. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. All right. Let's move this over to our next team. This is if Mason gets hurt, I will ... I'm assuming this is about Jordan Mason. Just shooting for not last place at this point. My running back nightmare right now, just hoping CMC doesn't come back. Record somehow outdoing my team. All right, well, some people may argue that my record is outdoing my team in the Flock League. What I would argue is those people are haters. Those people are losers. You are what your record is, my guy. If maybe we're not scoring a lot of points, but we have a really high record, I don't know. Maybe we just play good defense. Maybe we just care about the little things. Maybe we just understand that you have to have a good, well-rounded game plan every single week. So, I don't know. I wouldn't say, oh, I'm 3-1, but I'm at the bottom of the league analyzer. We got to, no, come on. The league analyzer is not taking into account defense. It's not taking into account heart and coaching that you have with your own fantasy team. But anyway, pulling it up, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So, yeah, wide receiver depth doesn't matter. It is about building up the onesies and running back if we can. And looking at what we have a quarterback, we are just streaming QB. I mean, we have Sam Darnold. With Darnold, this is a spot that he's leading the NFL in passing touchdowns right now. Obviously, it's hard to say anything negative about him. Plus, at the same time, I mean, you are going to see more likely than not the offense get additional weapons added in with TJ Hawkinson coming back relatively soon. So you want to say, oh, natural regression is going to hit Sam Darnold, but his situation's about to get better if you can imagine that. I still primarily view him as a streaming option, but slowly but surely that may change. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have Jordan Mason, running back 1 in the short term, maybe nothing in the long term if CMC comes back. We have Brian Robinson, very solid RB2, both in the short and long term. We have Jerome Ford as a quality short-term depth piece. When Nick Chubb comes back, RIP. And then we have Tajee Spears, the running back that's probably going to catch the ball. But really, he is that primary handcuff where if Tony Pollard were to go down and Spears the only guy left standing in this backfield, then at that point, he is probably a must-start name. But overall, at running back, it's a position that's okay for the time being. Of course, I don't want to sit here and act like it's a position of strength or it's the best running back room that I've ever seen. It's clearly not. But as long as we don't have Christian McCaffrey coming back, you should be able to get by. like knowing that Jordan Mason is going to be holding us down with running back one production, it does give you a lot of flexibility and it gives you a lot of comfortability here. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, London looks like a locked and loaded wide receiver one. Based off what London did on Thursday night, my guy, you may be moving on to 4-1 here. We have Olave, Devonta Smith as high-quality flex options. Obviously, we're going to be throwing either Zay Flowers or Jerome Ford in the flex this week. But we have Flowers and Ladd McConkey as these high-upside pieces that may be better as the season goes on. So, wide receiver is, definitely a position of strength. We have a solid wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. We are solid pretty much across the board. And going over 2 tight ends, we have Dallas Goedert. If you're looking at Goddard here, if this is a locked and loaded tight end 1, he's been the tight end 1 overall so far this season. It's definitely going to come down with the addition of A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back into the offense. But he's somebody that we can rely upon that's in a good offense. In reality, we don't have any extra value to be making trades. It's not like I can say, oh yeah, a lot of people are going to want to buy Zay Flowers from you. Let's see if we can sell Zay Flowers and Jordan Mason. Let's see if we can go get a running back that's going to make a difference in the long. No. If you are doing anything here, I think it's just roster construction at the bottom, trying to optimize to try to find the next Jordan Mason off the waiver wire. And how we do that is, I think after we get Dallas Goedert back from the bye, you go ahead, you cut Tyler Conklin, you pick up another running back off of the waiver wire. And then I think you are just good to go. And hopefully we're just going to continue to get by and hit on somebody big off waivers. But yeah, I don't see a ton of extra value that this team has anywhere where you're going to be able to go through. You're going to be able to make some dramatic change the composition of your team. We're 3-1. We may be 4-1 after the London game. And if you start off starting off 3-1, I was doing this math in the Flock League. We're in a really comfortable spot to make the playoffs. If you assume that, 6 people make the playoffs in your league, we just kind of need to be 500. Playoffs start in week 15, so 14 weeks. You need to be about 7-7. You start off 3-1. You can go 4-6 the rest of the way, and you could possibly still be a playoff team. If you go 5-5, you're guaranteed to be a playoff team. So having that 3-1 start just gives you so much maneuverability here. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move over and get some start-sit questions, and then we'll answer some of the questions in the live chat. Kachin says, was missing 2 players, Parkinson and Trey Sermon. I think we actually answered this for you earlier, my guy. We're going to go Alexander Madison. And then for this running back slot, we are going to go ahead and we are going to take Trey Sermon. And then for the flex, I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to play Dontavian Wicks. If you are looking at Wicks, this is a wide receiver that is a must-start option at this point. And I mean a must-start player. You have no Romeo Doubs. You have no Christian Watson. You have the second highest implied team total in the NFL. It's a great matchup against the Rams. Please start Dontavian Wicks. Okay, let's move this over. QE coming out says, hey, down bad at running back, who would you start considering injuries and tough matchups? Thanks. Thank you. I would probably not be too excited to go ahead and start Cam Akers. Akers, the running back that I've started over the past 2 weeks. Obviously, if you're extremely desperate, he's a fine option. But the reality in my mind is if you are looking at Cam Akers, this is an RB that's going to be in a 3-man committee. Where previously we were looking at Akers under the assumption that you were going to get him and him alone in this backfield. To go through and look at my updated rankings and what we have currently. I have Rico Dowdle 22. I have Chase Brown 23. I have Tyrone Tracy 26. The thing with Tracy is just going to be an extremely bad offense. Can we see the updated implied team total that you have for the Giants? Okay, so looking at this, right now the Giants are projected by sportsbooks this week to score 18 points, 6.5-point dogs to the Seattle Seahawks. No Malik Neighbors is going to be very difficult to pick up first downs. I'm fine just going with the running backs that are going to be better offenses. I'm fine going Dowdle, Chase Brown. If you wanted to get the higher floor back over Chase Brown, you probably go Tracy. You know what? I probably need to move Tracy ahead of Chase Brown in my rankings, don't we? What do we think the underdog picks are? Chase Brown is higher, lower, 49.5 total yards, 1.39x, score a touchdown. Tracy's higher, lower, 65.5 total yards, 1.25x. Yeah. I think Brown maybe has higher ceiling, just given the offense. But Tracy probably has the higher floor. So you know what? We're going to update our rankings with this too. I think we have to move Chase Brown behind Tyron Tracy. So let me do this on the site in case anybody's using the site for rankings this morning. Let's go ahead. Let's move Chase Brown. Obviously, we can't move Rachaad White in the rankings after the games have been played. We're going to move something like this. Probably would rather have Tracy over Javonte at this point. Obviously, just this week with the injury to Singletary. But Marshall coming out with a start set. Says, confused on who to start. Are we going to go Higgins or a hand this week? I guess this was autocorrect for H-Hand. I was going to go, who the hell is a hand? Is this a nickname that I don't know? Looking at the squad, I think we have a really good team, side note. And looking at the running back position, it would either be H-Hand, Brees, or James Cook. So obviously, H-Hand would be sliding down to your flex. And I would start Devon H-Hand over T. Higgins. I mean, with H-Hand, while it's disappointing how bad the offense is, this is one of the very few game environments where you could actually see the Miami Dolphins winning a game with no Tua. They're going up against the New England Patriots. Should be a close game overall. So you could potentially see some rushing attempts here in Miami. Obviously, H-Hand's going to have some of these cheap dump offs out of the backfield as well. We have the high floor already with the Drake London performance. So typically, wide receiver is going to be a little more volatile here. Let's just get the safety of the guaranteed workload that we have with H-Hand. But let's move over let's move over and start answering some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. We are one like away from hitting 200 likes on this stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream for us. Very rarely am I begging for likes these days, but Sunday morning, by far and away the most important time for us. So if we're ever going to beg for a like, or if you're ever going to leave us a like, I would much prefer you to do it on Sunday. We'll be live streaming for 5 hours, trying to answer as many questions as we can. Blake says, please help Dak or Flacco today. I would go Dak Prescott over Flacco. Like, Flacco is exciting in terms of you get Flacco in and you're able to start Pittman, you're able to start Downs. But it's not like you're excited that Joe Flacco's starting over Anthony Richardson, so you can start Joe Flacco in fantasy. We looked on the live stream last night. You literally can maybe expect 1 rushing yard. I know it sounds dumb, but the difference between like 1 rushing yard per game and 15 rushing yards per game at quarterback, like, it actually does matter. So, yeah, and you look at the implied team totals for these offenses as well. Right now, the Dallas Cowboys are at 20.5. The Colts are at 21, so they are projected to score right about the same amount of points. Alex says Garrett Wilson or Jackson Smith and Jigba today. I think you have to go with Wilson over JSN. Don't love it, of course, in that it is a very tough matchup for Garrett Wilson, where the Jets offense actually projects to be much worse than it typically does. Looking at what you have with the picks right now, Garrett Wilson is higher, lower, 57.5 receiving yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, where they are 6.5 point favorites. You are expecting less passing volume than usual. You're at higher, lower, 49.5 receiving yards for JSN. So I think you have to go Wilson. Okay. Juicy Bro says Amari or Worthy. I would rather have Amari. I mean, obviously Worthy's a little more appealing post Rice injury just because they may be forced to get him involved a little more. But Amari, you are penciling in 8-9 targets. At least we have been through the first 4 weeks. Okay. Nathan says Trey Sermon or Zach Charbonnet. I'd for sure go with Sermon, even if it's a full PPR format. We said this a bunch in the live stream last night, but I think it does make a difference. If you are looking at Trey Sermon, you are happy that Joe Flacco's under center. Because Anthony Richardson is the rushing quarterback. It's not going to have a super high checkdown rate. Anthony Richardson as well is possibly going to vulture rushing touchdowns at the goal line. So for you to be able to get in Joe Flacco where you don't have to worry about either one of those things, I think you're perfectly fine for that. And you can go ahead and you can just play Trey Sermon. Okay. Now let's see. Jordan says Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, or Brian Thomas Jr. We will go Brian Thomas Jr. I can show you where we have these guys ranked for this week. So we have Brian Thomas Jr. at wide receiver 19 this week, post Evan Ingram injury news. There should just be all the targets getting funneled through the top 2 receivers here in Jacksonville, at least what we've seen since Ingram's been out. You know what? F it. I'm going to move Dontavian Wicks ahead of these other guys. The offense is going to be too good. Wicks has to be wide receiver 23. And then Xavier Worthy we have down here at wide receiver 28. We have Zay Flowers wide receiver 27, where they're just not going to be able to have the consistent projectable target volume that you're going to be able to get for Brian Thomas Jr. And also, if you're looking at sportsbooks right now, they're projecting out this to be about the best week that we have seen for the Jacksonville Jaguars offense all season. Brian says Jacksonville weather is going to be bad today. Definitely something to monitor closer to kickoff. But I mean, going through and looking at what you have with sportsbook projections, it's like sportsbooks understands that the weather may be bad. And right now, let's pull this back up. And let's look at the over-under with this game. And we'll see if it moves. Like, where I begin to get very concerned with weather is like, sportsbooks just went through and they dropped the total of this game by 4 points. In that instance, yes, we are beginning to panic just a bit. God, for whatever reason, the lines aren't loading for me. We'll check back in. But I mean, last I checked, the over-under on this Jags game was 45.5 points. The implied team total is 24.25. Sportsbooks were projecting out the Jags to be the 7th highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Okay. Sermon or Wicks for the flex. If it's a full PPR format, give me Wicks. Non-PPR league, I think you make an argument for Sermon, but obviously in a non-PPR format, you're really just trying to hunt whoever's going to have more touchdown upside. And of course, we're going to be bouncing back and forth between the live chat and the questions on the site very, very often today. We'll be live for 5 hours. We don't even have that many questions to go through the site. So 1, if you get in a question with the site, it'll be answered very quickly. 2, you have definitely a good shot if you just stick around in the live chat to get your question answered in the chat. But let's move this over and let's start answering some more of the questions on the site. And of course, if you ever wanted to ask a question over on vlogfantasy.com, you can always get a guaranteed answer by going over to the site, hitting that expert advice button in the top right corner, where you can ask a team review, trade question, or a start sit question. And yeah, if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it would be to go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK. Or if you go over to Underdog and use code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll also get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get that free team review over there on vlogfantasy.com. You just need to make sure that you set up an account on vlogfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I can go ahead and I can accredit your account with a free team review voucher. But let's move this over to Jeremy. Team name, I am a bye week. And we're sitting here at the number 1 spot in the league analyzer. It says we play against the league average, and I'm 1-7. Missed the league average by less than a point in 3 straight weeks. Looking for an alpha receiver. Need to figure out who to package to get the wide receiver to win me some matchups. We traded London in week 2. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. So we traded away our alpha receiver for Rico and Keon Coleman. Don't judge me. LOL. Obviously, we can sit here and we can play Monday morning quarterback and we say it was a bad trade. But let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Good news is, if you look at the team with the league analyzer, we still have a ridiculous amount of value. Bad news is, being a 1-7 roster, you need to start winning games right now. We can't focus nearly as much as just the long-term upside on this roster. And starting off at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow. Daniels, super exciting. You play him regardless of the matchup every single week. There really isn't anything to talk about here. I mean, I think everybody knows if you have Jaden Daniels, you play Jaden Daniels. With Joe Burrow, it is maybe an interesting spot that obviously we don't need him. We're never playing him over Daniels. But also there's that outside chance that it could make sense for you if you wanted to go ahead, if you wanted to trade Joe Burrow and get an upgrade at wide receiver, we can. Now, the issue is looking at the guys that we would sell at wide receiver. Obviously, at this point, you don't want to sell Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed looks like your alpha wide receiver. He looks like a top 10 receiver this week. Garrett Wilson, nobody is buying. Like, I can tell you right now, the 2 players in the live stream that people have been most concerned about all week, and the most common question I've had is, what do I sell Brandon Ayuk for? What do I sell Garrett Wilson for? When that's the case, when everybody is looking to sell and nobody's looking to buy, it would be a very difficult spot for us to go through and say, oh, yeah, let's go ahead and let's sell Garrett Wilson and get back Justin. No, you're not going to be able to get anything for Wilson. So I think maybe a trade that you can make is, we're looking at a team that has won 1 game. We desperately, and I repeat, desperately need to start winning games now, and we can't care as much about the long-term matchup that you have here. So maybe we can go through and we can look to swing Joe Burrow with one of the rookie wide receivers that have the long-term ceiling, but not the short-term production. So we expect Worthy and Keon Coleman to get better as the year goes on, right? So if you're 7-1, if you are a team that's 500 or better, these are the perfect guys that I want to build around. These are the perfect guys that I want to roster. However, being 1-7, it's just not that easy. It's not as easy as saying, let's go through and let's just wait for the breakout. Let's wait for Worthy to turn into an every week starter. No, you need points in the lineup right this second. Looking at running back, we have Gibbs, Achane. So we have 2 running back ones in the long term. Obviously, a couple weeks ago, we had Achane as that sell to go get Jefferson, to go get Chase, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, the running back depth with this team's not super inspiring. Plus, at the same time, Achane has been so bad over the past 2 weeks that we have missed the boat to sell Devon Achane. You're a couple weeks closer to Tua returning. So I think you just kind of have to ride it out for now, even though it sucks. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more here. Like I said, because we have Jaden Daniels, I think it does open us up with the ability to trade Joe Burrow and one of the rookie wide receivers to go get an upgrade in the lineup right now. Where this team here is 6-2. They have Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. I mean, hell, Brock Purdy's my QB1 right now. I would love to get Joe Burrow on my team. Joe Burrow is definitely more exciting than Brock Purdy. So, I mean, if we could potentially send them, and they have Jamar Chase. So, if you can send them Joe Burrow to find an upgrade inside the lineup, Obviously, it's a tough spot because Devontae Adams doesn't do much for us. Or Adams is out this week as well. But I mean, if we're thinking about next week and beyond, if you could go like Burrow and Keon Coleman or Burrow and Xavier Worthy to get in Devontae Adams, I think that could be pretty exciting. Obviously, much, much easier said than done. I'm going over to this team that possibly needs some help at quarterback. They maybe think that they're fine. They have Baker Mayfield here, of course. But maybe going with, and the thing is, they have Kupp. They have an injured wide receiver as well. Dear God. Maybe what we can do is we can look to sell Tucker Kraft. I believe Tucker Kraft's a top 10 tight end rest of season. I think that you're in a phenomenal spot. But I mean, if we were wanting to sell Kraft, we'd have to, one, get confirmation that McBride's fully healthy, so it's probably not happening this week. I think Kraft crushes this week. I think he could very easily be tied in one overall. And then in that instance, maybe we go ahead and we explore the possibilities of trading away Kraft and Worthy, trading away Kraft and Keon to go get that upgrade at wide receiver that way. But yeah, I think we have the backup onesie positions at quarterback and tight ends. We have really strong options. So what we could look to do is we could essentially look to upgrade by selling the backup players there and get an upgrade at wide receiver that way. I don't think you can sell Garrett Wilson. Nobody wants to buy. Jaden Reed looks like an alpha right now. I think on a team that needs to win games right this second, we are looking to cash in on the long-term upside of Worthy and Keon for short-term production. But I really do hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Thank you again for being a member of the flock, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. This is the boss. It says, not sure on my wide receiver / flex and my quarterbacks. Also worried about the weather in Jacksonville for Pittman. Okay, so looking at this, I think if you really wanted to pivot to Dontavian Wicks, if you were panicking about the weather, you can. Tight end Tucker Kraft looks great. Running back, yeah, obviously we start Connor and Brees over Braylon Allen. Quarterback, go Kyler Murray over Joe Flacco. I understand it's a very tough matchup for Kyler Murray here. If we're looking at the implied team totals for these offenses, right now the Cardinals are projected to outscore 21 points against the Niners. The Colts are projected to score 21.25 points. So the offenses are pretty much identical, but yeah, more rushing upside with Kyler. And then for the flex spot, we did just officially move Dontavian Wicks ahead of Amari. But if you were panicking about the weather in Jacksonville and you wanted to pivot off of, say, Michael Pittman to go get Amari Cooper in your lineup, I wouldn't fault you for it. But let's move this over to the questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any free questions you want answered, please drop them below. And also, we are about 2 likes away from hitting 400 likes on this stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Like I said, never really begging for likes, but here on a Sunday morning where we'll be streaming all the way up until the main NFL kickoff at noon. Definitely the most important live stream for us of the week. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would appreciate if you did it now for us. We'll try to answer as many free chat questions as we can today. Let's look at this. Big Worm says start JSN or Zach Charbonnet today. I really don't think you can start Charbonnet, to be honest. I think you just have to go through and view him as a running back that's like a desperation play because he'll have a receiving role, but not somebody that you can confidently get in. JSN's been playing a career high as snaps. I think you go JSN. Rich said, Mason, are you doing a meetup anytime soon? So obviously we did the meetup right before the season started. And honestly, I love how that went. I think what we're going to do, because usually what we've done in the past is we've done a meetup every year in like January, because then the football season's done. I don't have to focus too much on work, blah, 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 blah. But what we did this past year is we did the big meetup with like the Flock Draft Week, where we had everybody from flockfantasy.com in town. And we did like a big meetup at like a cool place. It was a ton of fun. Yeah, it was awesome. So to be honest with you, we may not be doing a meetup again until like August. We'll see. But of course, if you'll be in Austin, Texas, you better make it. Okay. Pradeep says, Mason, who's your barber? I understand we need a haircut very, very bad. But when you've been live streaming for 5 hours a day, making multiple videos a day, and I'm not taking a day off this season. Most days, I can't even leave the house, to be honest with you. Sean says, Flakes, Gibson or Tracy in a full PPR format? Not super excited about either back, but we're definitely going to go Tracy. Like, there's a difference between... There's a difference between Ramadre being the backup versus Ramadre being injured. Where there is that possibility that Ramadre Stevenson still comes out and he still sees 60% of this backfield. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But that is in the range of outcomes. Where if you decided to go through, if you decided, okay, I can trust Antonio Gibson, Ramadre Stevenson still sees 15 total touches. With Tracy, when you have no Devin Singletary, when he is officially out, that possibility just does not exist. Tracy is going to have everything in this backfield outside Eric Gray. I think go ahead and take Tracy. And you look at the underdog picks for this as well, too. I would imagine that they would have Tracy well ahead of Gibson. Gibson. They have Gibson. Hey, why are they not? They are scared. They are chicken to put an Antonio Gibson total yard mark out. They have Gibson higher, lower, 11.5 receiving yards, a 1.41x multiplier score, a touchdown. Or Tracy, they have a 1.25x multiplier score, a touchdown. So they have Tracy more likely to score the TD. The same receiving yard pick, higher, lower, 13.5. But obviously more projectable rushing volume. Okay. George Washington says Brian Robinson or Josh Downs at the flex in a full PPR format. I will go ahead and I will take Brian Robinson over Josh Downs. I am way more confident with Robinson knowing that he was cleared and good to go last night versus if he would be a game time decision. It always does make me a little nervous with the players that are game time decisions leading all the way up until kickoff. Where then at that point, yeah, they may be good to go, but you don't know to what extent. Whereas since Robinson's cleared on Saturday, I'm a little more confident that he is going to have something that looks closer to his regular workload. Kimon says, I just paid the $10 deposit on Underdog. Now what? So just make an account on flockfantasy.com, and Underdog every day sends me in the morning the list of email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy and made a $10 deposit from the day prior. So if you just signed up to Underdog Fantasy and made that $10 deposit today, tomorrow morning, I'll get your email address. I'll get it over to the developers. And if you have an account on flockfantasy.com, it can be a free account. It doesn't matter. You get hooked up with a free team review voucher, my guy. Looking at this, Tanner says Achane or Chuba Hubbard in a full PPR format. Now that you officially have no Jonathan Brooks and Raheem Mostert is playing here as well, I think you do go ahead. I think you take Chuba Hubbard over Achane. The Dusty Sausage says, should I trade away CMC or hold? My current running backs are Mason, Gibbs, and Connor. My thought process is, obviously, full transparency, I have no idea what the hell is going to happen with McCaffrey. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen with McCaffrey. I don't even know McCaffrey knows what's happening with McCaffrey. I still view McCaffrey as a running back that could be a 0 for the entire year. I view McCaffrey as a running back that could come back possibly in 3 weeks and be the running back 1 in the second half of the season. So I think it's up to 1, obviously the price point of what you could get is going to be wildly dependent on the league that you're in. And 2, the situation you're finding yourself in. If you're in a spot where you just have absolutely garbage, and I mean garbage running backs, and you have McCaffrey's value just sitting on your bench and you're sitting at like 0-4, then yeah, maybe you need to go through. Maybe you need to trade away CMC. But if you have Jordan Mason, Jahmyr Gibbs, James Conner, like it's not like you need a running back. You have the Jordan Mason fill in. So if you're ever going to hold on to McCaffrey, you probably do it here. Bandy says Ayuk or Wan'Dale Robinson. So if you look at Wan'Dale, clearly he has been much better than Brandon Ayuk so far this season. And at the same time, you have no Malik Neighbors pretty much guaranteeing him the target volume. But right now, you have an implied team total of 28.5 points for this Niners offense, compared to an implied team total of 18.5 points if you are looking at what you have with the Giants. We are looking at an elite offense versus a garbage offense. Going through and mapping this out as well with the projections you have this week for these individual players. Right now on Underdog, you literally see that Brandon Ayuk is higher, lower, 61.5 receiving yards. This keeps going up. Where if you go through and look at what you have from Wan'Dale Robinson, Wan'Dale's sitting higher, lower, 48.5 yards. So I do want to reiterate to anybody watching this that has Brandon Ayuk, if you have Ayuk, you have to play Brandon Ayuk. Right now, you can literally go take Harrison to have more receiving yards than Ayuk and get 4 yards added in on the Harrison side. You have to trust the large sample that you had in 2023 of Ayuk's performance. You have to trust the matchup you have against Arizona. You have to trust the Vegas projections of making this the highest scoring offense in the league this week. It's been horrendous. He's been garbage. He has not had a single game with double-digit fantasy points. But if you have Brandon Ayuk, you have to start Brandon Ayuk. If you have Ayuk, you have to start him. Miggy, welcome to being a member of the flock. But let's move this over and we'll answer some more of the questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. Then we'll get to the live chat questions. Like I said, we don't have a ton of questions that we have to get through on the site. So I'll answer them as they come in, but we should have plenty of time for free chat questions as well if you stick around. And looking at flockfantasy.com, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, go over to the expert advice button where you can ask a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you're wanting. If you do want that team review, definitely what I would recommend doing is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Also, if you wanted to go, oh, Mason, there's no way that Ayuk has 61.5 receiving yards, you can go do it on Underdog. But if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll get a free team review in one of the live streams that we are doing every single day through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. And yeah, also you can find that link in the description and live chat. Let's move this over and get this going for Kai Cummings. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Kareem Pie. Says, I don't know how I'm 1-3. Who do we move? Okay. We are right now currently right in the middle of the league analyzer at 7. It is a 14-team format. So with this being a 14-team league, obviously we're in a spot in which we do need to prioritize the depth a little bit more than we would in a typical league. Starting off at quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson. Clearly, when we have Lamar, we start him every single week, regardless of matchup. Absolutely love to have him. He's a big reason in which we are 3-1 so far. Obviously, Geno Smith has been great as well. I do think that maybe we see the passing volume dip a little bit, where we're not going to consistently see 60-plus dropbacks a game for Geno going into the future. So if you wanted to potentially go ahead and move off of Geno Smith in a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade elsewhere, we can. My only hesitation with it, of course, is with this being a 14-team league, if everybody is rostering 2 QBs, there just simply won't be any quarterback of interest that you have on the waiver wire. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. So obviously, Bijan does not appear to be the running back that you drafted him to be. If we are looking at Bijan Robinson, he's been extremely disappointing. He has not been a top 3 running back. I had him as RB3 coming into the season. But with that being said, is he a top 14 running back? Yes, I would definitely rank him there. So it doesn't matter if he's been disappointing. We still have 2 running back ones with this team. We have 2 RB1s that you can confidently start every week. We have Hunt and Spears as quality depth options in a 14-team format. Obviously, if you were to get an injury to Pollard, then at that point, Spears kind of does become a must-start player for us. This is a phenomenal running back room. Going over to wide receiver, definitely this is where we are maybe a little bit underweight, where we have Chris Olave as our wide receiver 1. Is Olave a top 14 receiver? Possibly. So with that in mind, you could possibly have a low-end wide receiver 1 here, high-end wide receiver 2. Keon Coleman, however, is not a top 28 receiver. Hard to call him a wide receiver 2, even in this format. Keenan Allen, he doesn't look viable. At least we have Wan'Dale Robinson that we're able to get into the lineup. Jalen Tolbert could be some quality depth as well, if you were considering what we have here with the Brandon Cooks injury. So looking at this team, really the position that we have an issue with is going to be wide receiver. Since we're 3-1, we have a lot of flexibility with how we can be approaching this, where we can look at more so the long-term upside. And with this being a 14-team format, like I said, depth will matter a little bit more. 2-for-1 deals aren't as appealing, but honestly, given the context of our roster, I think a 2-for-1 deal still could make a lot of sense here. Where if we go through and if you map this out, like right now, you could go ahead and you could potentially look to package together, say, Kyle Pitts, the tight end that has the blow up in the 500 passing yard game for Kirk Cousins. And if we can package together Pitts and one of our wide receivers like Keenan Allen for a wide receiver upgrade, I think that'd be massive. Now that we have Tucker Kraft, who looks like he will be a startable option every single week, I would have them pretty much neck and neck in my rest of season rankings. I just think based off name value alone and with the big Thursday night performance, you could get a little more for Pitts. We're obviously before the Thursday game, you wouldn't have been able to get anything at all. But going through and looking at some teams that possibly need some help at tight ends. This team here currently is sitting with Dalton Schultz, Mike Gesicki. Like if we can send them Kyle Pitts and Keon Coleman and go get Devonta Smith, I think that makes a lot of sense. This team is Pat Frymuth. If we can send them Keon Coleman and Kyle Pitts, or Keenan Allen and Kyle Pitts to get to Cooper Kupp or DK Metcalf, I would absolutely love that. This team is Zach Ertz. If you could send them Kyle Pitts and either receiver to go get to Harrison or to go get to Deontay Johnson, I think that would make a lot of sense. And maybe this team would like to do it. I mean, if they are 0-4, I'd imagine that maybe they are panicking here just a bit as well. But I mean, overall, it's a very strong team in a 14-team format. I just think if we can take that extra tight end value that we have and go and use it to upgrade over Keon at wide receiver, it would make a lot of sense. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and hope we were able to help you out. But let's move this over to Lauren's question. It says, Madison available on the waiver wire. Eckler Sermon or Eckler Madison or Madison Sermon? Interesting. So we have no Gibbs this week. I think now that Brian Robinson's been cleared good to go early, I would play Trey Sermon over Austin Eckler. They're not that far off for me, however. So as we look at this, if there was if you had to go through and cut Austin Eckler to pick up Trey Sermon to play Sermon, because I believe Eckler has more of the long-term upside here. That's probably not something that I'm wanting to do. Wouldn't be something that I'd be excited about. However, with that being said, if we have an open roster spot where we can just pick up Sermon, we can play him over Eckler, I would. And then going over to what we have at quarterback, obviously Brock Purdy, the short-term fill-in for Jalen Hurts. Love to see it. And then in the flex spot, no Devonta Smith this week, no Gibbs this week, no Neighbors this week. Yeah, I think Josh Downs, completely fine play under the assumption that you have Flacco in here. But if it does end up being Anthony Richardson, which I don't know if we've had confirmation with, then at that point you would kind of panic pivot from Josh Downs to the other running back in Austin Eckler. Now let's move this over to Bashworth 99. Says, really don't know who to start at my flex with Tyreek going against Gonzalez and Wicks' unprovenness. Let's do this because we've done it pretty much every week. Because Christian Gonzalez, one, I actually had a chance to interview him at the NFL draft a couple years ago. Rooting for the dude, of course. Really nice guy. One of the players that was very nice to us. But going through and let's see what wide receivers have done against the Patriots so far this season. Deebo Samuel gets you 58 receiving yards. Brandon Ayuk gets you 48 receiving yards. Looking previous to this, Garrett Wilson has his best game against the Patriots. Garrett Wilson scores the receiving touchdown against the Pats. DK Metcalf has 129 receiving yards, 10 receptions, and the receiving touchdown against the Pats. Like, it's not like this is a spot where Christian Gonzalez has just absolutely shut down every wide receiver he's gone up against. No, they have been able to find success. They have been able to be viable in fantasy. Now, maybe you'll say, oh, well, Mason, that's when they are not lined up against Gonzalez. Well, that's the case. It doesn't really matter. And then maybe Tyreek Hill's not lined up against him. It doesn't matter why wide receiver ones can be productive against New England. All that matters is wide receiver ones are. I'd be honestly much worried about like the matchup that you have with the Denver Broncos for wide receiver ones than we are in New England. Now going over to tight end, you go Kraft here easily. Running back Kamara, must start guy. Obviously not breaking any news here. We are going to go with Chase Brown over Javonte Williams based on the offense that they are in. We're going to go with Trevor Lawrence this week. If the weather clears up, I don't think it would be horrible. And then if we did not start, I hope we started London. I hope we started London, and what we would do in that instance is I'd go Tyreek at wide receiver, London here, and then Deebo in the flex. Now, if you did not start London, you go Dontavian Wicks. But obviously, I just have no idea what the situation is on if we played London or not on Thursday. I would assume that we would have played London, but you had him on your bench when you submitted this. So how I rank the wide receivers this week, obviously London number 1 with 2020 hindsight. Deebo Samuel number 2. Tyreek Hill number 3. Dontavian Wicks number 4. And looking at what we have for the flex, no running backs are in play here. It would just be between the wide receivers. So I hope we are able to answer your question that way. Now moving this over to Nate93 says, I'm cooked this week on wide receiver 2 in a flex with JT out. Neighbors out, and Amon-Ra St. Brown on bye. Can't flex quarterbacks. We need some help. So we're going to go with Jackson Smith-Njigba over Jalen Waddle for wide receiver. Running back, we have Jacobs, Breece Hall. Quarterback, we are going to be going with Mahomes over Fields. It's close. And then for the flex spot, it really comes down to Jalen Warren and Chase Brown. Not really interested in going through and looking at Braylon Allen. Braylon Allen, super tough matchup in an environment that you probably have the Jets being a lower scoring offense than usual against Minnesota Vikings. At least that's what sportsbooks are projecting out right this second. And looking at where we had him in our flex rankings this week, I do think you probably go ahead and you take Chase Brown, where you have a 24-point total in Cincinnati, just significantly lower than what you have in Miami. Now, with that being said, I am praying that we get a big Waddle week. I personally need Waddle to go off here. I have to start him, but just because I have to start him, obviously doesn't mean I need to make you start him. But let's move this over to what we have with Michael's question. Says, not sure who to put in the flex. Here, wide receiver, we have Harrison, Wilson. I'm looking at the options we have on the bench. Probably the best option would be Jalen Waddle, so definitely not playing Waddle over either one of these guys. Going over to running back, we have no Barkley this week. So really our wide receiver options for the flex are Jalen Tolbert, Jordan Whittington, and Jalen Waddle. If you look at projections right now, the Packers-Rams game is supposed to be one of the highest scoring games of the week. So I think people are very excited to go through and play Jordan Whittington. If you actually look at what you have currently with the underdog pick, you have Whittington at higher, lower 47.5 receiving yards. Whereas you have Jalen Waddle. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Whittington's supposed to be this much better than Waddle. Waddle's higher, lower 34.5. I am sorry. Do we have to take Waddle higher than 34.5 receiving yards? Even over the past 3 weeks, Waddle has hit this twice. With the Miami Dolphins offense being absolute garbage. You've been averaging 5 targets a game over the past 3 weeks. 41, 26, 36 receiving yards. I'm sorry. I'm going with Jalen Waddle receiving yards here. I have to. I think we actually build out a little bit of a pick'em slip where we are going to go Dolphins, Tyler Huntley to have 164 passing yards. We're going to go Waddle to have 34.5 receiving yards. We are going to go with Brandon Ayuk to not have 61.5. We're going to go lower 61.5 yards for Ayuk. We're going to use one of the 20% profit boost tokens. And we will throw $10, or actually, you know what? Let's do $11, and this will be $11 to win 102. Yeah. But with that being said, and no, I didn't even realize we had the Kenneth Walker one in there. It is what it is. So, Tyler Huntley to have 165.5 passing yards. Waddle to have 34.5. Ayuk does not hit 62. And Kenneth Walker goes higher than 86.5 total yards. With all that being said, you probably cannot start Jalen Waddle if that is the projection you have with Waddle currently. Where do I have Waddle in the rank? How much lower do we need to move Waddle in the rankings? Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Wide receiver. We are currently looking at Jalen Waddle, wide receiver 38. Looking at those projections, maybe we need to move Waddle behind Sutton. And maybe Whittington needs to move up as well. Maybe we're too low on Whittington here. I think we can move Jalen Tolbert up based off the news with no Cooks. I think Whittington moves up as well. I don't know if I'm mentally tough enough to play Jordan Whittington over Jalen Waddle, though. Looking at all the projections, if you're looking at apply team totals from sportsbooks, if you're looking at the underdog picks, they would tell you to go Jordan Whittington over Jalen Waddle. I don't think I'm smart enough to do it, to be honest with you. If it was my own team, I would go Jalen Waddle. But I would probably be making a mistake. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all go Jalen Waddle or Jordan Whittington? I'm just so shook that Waddle's higher, lower 34.5 receiving yards. And it is scaring me. Are you going to go Waddle or Whittington? Please let me know in the live chat. Waddle, Whittington. Waddle, Waddle. Waddle, Whittington. Waddle, Whittington. Waddle, Whittington, Waddle. Whittington, Whittington, Waddle, Whittington, Whittington, Waddle, Whittington. So it does look like maybe it is pretty damn close between the two. I don't know. I think it is up to you there, my guy. But let's answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop in the chat. We'd be happy to try to answer as many as we possibly can. Spice Bagel says Chase Brown or Roma Dunze at the flex. Super low volume passing attack that you have in Chicago. Rome arguably is the wide receiver 3 in said passing attack. So I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to take Chase Brown. Chase Brown should be in a really good offense here. Okay. Big Bubba says start Wicks or Kirk today. I'm definitely going to go Dontavian Wicks. Right now, sportsbooks have the Packers as the second highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Not only are the Packers the second highest scoring offense in the NFL this week, but at the same time, you have no Watson, you have no Dobbs, so you should have the higher target share and the probably highest snap rate of Dontavian Wicks' entire NFL career. Kevin says Jordan Love or Justin Fields. I'm going to go Jordan Love. Going back to what we were talking about previously, you have the second highest implied team total of any offense of the week this week in Green Bay. And with that being said as well, I do want to reiterate to everybody, if you wanted to buy Josh Jacobs, you got to do it now. We had Josh Jacobs and Jaden Reed as those buy low candidates last week. Looks like Jaden Reed already hit. Jaden Reed you can no longer buy. But the window with Josh Jacobs is still there. Where if you were interested in Jacobs, you can go for it. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. We're going to be live streaming for 5 hours today. Live streaming for 5 hours every single day, trying to answer as many of your free chat questions as possible. Obviously, answering every single question as through flockfantasy.com as well. So if you're ever going to hit that like button for us, I ask that you do it on a Sunday morning stream, which is by far and away the most important. So if you could go down there and get this bumped up to 1,000 likes, I would really, really appreciate it. Looks like we just crossed 800, which I do want to thank you for. Now, our next question is going to be Dontavian Wicks or Deebo Samuel this week. So obviously, I'm very excited about Dontavian Wicks, but for all the reasons that you're excited about Wicks, you're excited about Deebo plus some. Like if you're looking at Deebo Samuel, he's supposed to be in the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And on top of that, we know that he is going to be playing almost every single snap. Plus, he will be seeing more of these manufactured touches with no CMC. That's already been proven out here. So, yeah, I think it's an easy spot to just call Deebo Samuel as... I'd never ask a question about Deebo Samuel, especially with no CMC. Deebo Samuel's somebody that's in your lineup. And if Deebo Samuel gets you fewer than 5 fantasy points, that's the way of life, but you could bench him and he could drop 30. Somebody says Dontavian Wicks or Zay Flowers. There you for sure go with Dontavian Wicks. I actually think that Zay Flowers could be a little bit better this week. If you consider that the past 2 weeks, the game environment's been very skewed, in which you've had to be in a position that you've had no passing volume in Baltimore. So with 0 passing volume in Baltimore, clearly Flowers has been disappointing. But going up against the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't know if they are going to be able to just run the ball over and over and over again. I would expect the passing volume to come up here just a bit. Okay. Now, Jack says Tank Bigsby or Jalen Waddle. I have no interest in playing Tank Bigsby this week. I'm sorry. Like, if we are looking at Bigsby, I know he had the big run earlier in this past week. I actually have him in so many underdog drafts that I'm really hoping that Tank Bigsby comes out here and crushes. But the reality of the situation is Travis Etienne's still the guy. Etienne now is fully healthy. Bigsby has had, I want to say, 0 targets through the course of the entire season. So I'm rooting for our guy. I hope that Bigsby comes out and crushes it. But the reality is, it probably ain't happening. Okay. And let's pivot back over and let me see if we have any more questions on the site that we need to get through. Like I said, obviously, if you ever want to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. If you ever go to flockfantasy.com, just hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. And there you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you do want that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is going to be taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. We're on Underdog. I actually do not mind at all pairing up the Jalen Waddle 34.5 receiving yards higher, the Tyler Huntley 165.5 passing yards higher, and the lower Brandon Ayuk 61.5 receiving yards. This was $11 win 102 here. But regardless, if you go over and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll also get that free Dak Prescott pick'em for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that after you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or description, that you go up ahead and set up an account on flockfantasy.com. That way, with the same email address, that way I can hook you up with that free team review voucher. But we already answered this question for Michael, where I believe we did. Maybe not. Let's answer it again. So running back, sadly, you have to go Justice Hill this week if these are the only options that we have. And then for the flex, here we are looking at, is this the Jalen Waddle versus Jordan Whittington? Yeah, we went back and forth 1,000 times. I think anybody with a brain tells you Jordan Whittington, but I think we all know at this point that if I do have a brain, it's a monkey's brain, and it's going to not allow me to pivot off of Jalen Waddle for the player in the better offense, which it probably should. Now let's go over and get a team review going for Michael. This is MAGA M6 2024. Right now, we are currently the number 2 team in the league analyzer. We are the one of 2 juggernauts, obviously in a comfortable spot, saying, what do you think we can do to make the team better? So currently, it's a 4-0 roster that, if you're looking at the league analyzer, is a juggernaut. So there's probably not going to be a whole lot we can do. It's a 2 wide receiver, single flex league. So with it being a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, definitely a spot that we want to be optimizing for an elite running back if we can, an elite quarterback if we can, an elite tight ends, where depth at wide receiver especially is really not going to matter. Any chance we get to sell wide receiver depth and go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, we want to go ahead and we want to take advantage. Now, starting off at quarterback, obviously Jordan Love looks great. And I think that there's a very real chance that Jordan Love does end up leading the NFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns per game when it's all said and done. Like, that is a very real possibility here. But at the same time, we can say that you really don't have any rushing upside with Jordan Love. And because we don't have any rushing upside here, I think that you're actually fine to say that Love is a player that we can go ahead and, if possible, we can look to upgrade over, particularly on a super strong team where we are currently sitting here as a 4-0 squad. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. And again, I do want to reiterate, I think he could potentially lead the NFL in passing. I think he looks great. But specifically, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards, I still think he could lead the NFL in passing and be outscored by Josh Allen and be outscored by Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, et cetera, et cetera. Going over to what we have at running back, we have two of the top end anchors in this lineup. We have Barkley, we have Kyron. Super excited about this, of course. I mean, it does put us in a situation in which you don't have to focus in a ton on running back depth. But with that being said, since this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I probably would want to prioritize the running back depth just a little bit more than what we are doing currently. Going over to wide receiver, we have 2 wide receiver 1s with Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison. And naturally, we should expect that the wide receiver 1s continue to improve as rookies as the season goes on. We have Wilson, Devonta Smith as quality wide receiver depth. We have Jalen Waddle down here on the bench. And I actually really like having the depth of Waddle, because specifically Waddle should be a player that gets more valuable as the season goes on when you get to a back end. We have Jalen Tolbert, Jordan Whittington, Tutu Atwell, and Adam Thielen. So here's where I have the issue with the team. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, where when we're sitting here with this many wide receivers on our roster, is it possible for Jordan Whittington, knowing that we are about to be getting Cooper Kupp back into this offense, to win you your league? Probably not. I think it'd be very surprising if Jordan Whittington came out and turned into a league winner specifically for this format. So what I would way rather do, if possible, is if you could go through and if you could potentially just cut Tutu Atwell, cut Adam Thielen, cut Jordan Whittington, and pick up 3 running backs off the waiver wire that are an injury away from making a significant difference. I think that can make a ton of sense. There's just no reason to have this much wide receiver depth on a league where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex. I would have a shot to find the next Jordan Mason if we can. And I think specifically here, another thing you could do is if you wanted to pivot over from Devonta Smith and Jordan Love to get specifically Josh Allen to get the number 1 QB in fantasy. That could be something that you look to do, specifically if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, where if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, clearly the rushing upside is going to matter a little bit more than the passing volume. But yeah, this team is absolutely stacked here. So really the only thing I want to be doing is optimizing for the highest ceiling possible. And I think in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, we're not doing so by rostering all the backup wide receivers at the bottom end of the team. And instead, I think we'd rather pivot over to some backup running backs that are an injury away from potentially turning into league winners. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And as always, I'm wishing you the best of luck, my guy. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But we're going to move over to our next question. We're actually going to get back to your team, J-Hacks. We'll do the start sit first. I definitely want to answer all the start sit questions before the game in 15 minutes. Come on. Very good, girl. So looking at this wide receiver here, you have no Rashee Rice. Pittman, obviously a lot more exciting now that you have Joe Flacco under center. I think you can go Pittman as long as the weather turns out to not be too bad. Going over to quarterback, both QBs are set up to absolutely crush. Lamar Jackson, however, should be playing in possibly the highest scoring game of the week. So we are going to go Lamar over Daniels. And then going over to the flex, I hate to keep hammering this home, and I know people are going to hate and despise me, and I get it. Brandon Ayuk over Dontavian Wicks. Ayuk has not had a single game with 10 fantasy points this season, but it's supposed to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. It's a great matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. You go ahead and look at projections right now. I mean, just looking at Underdog for an example, you have Brandon Ayuk higher, lower, 61.5 receiving yards. I really if you hate Ayuk, you can go with the lower than 61.5 yards. Clearly has not come close to this at any point this season. And then Dontavian Wicks, higher, lower, 56.5. I think Ayuk's in the better offense. I think Ayuk we have the largest sample with. I think Ayuk will be playing just as many snaps as Wicks, if not more, even with the Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson news. So definitely want to be on record. I am extremely excited about both players with this environment. But I do think Ayuk is somebody that you just have to go ahead and start, and you have to close your eyes and do it, even if it freaking sucks. Okay. Now, Let's move this over to our next start sit question. And we are about 10 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on the stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. I'm going to be answering as many free chat questions as we can. We're going to be streaming all the way until noon. So I know we're all going to be watching the game together. We'll be hanging out. Hopefully we get a garbage game for Justin Jefferson. That's what I'm rooting for today. But yeah, stick around, hang out with me during the game. We can still try to get to any questions that you have. We can still talk shop and give you some live reactions to what's going on in about 13 minutes. But anyway, going over to wide receiver, we have Nico Wicks in the lineup. Really, the thing that we need to consider is for the flex, are we going with any of the running backs over Tyreek Hill? Am I going Kareem Hunt over Tyreek, Rico Dowdle, Trey Sermon over Tyreek? I am simply not. I'm sorry. With Tyreek, obviously, he's been garbage with no Tua. But at the same time, you just need the one big play. I'm standing by Tyreek Hill. I don't think you can bench Tyreek Hill in favor of someone like Trey Sermon. Where maybe if it was like Trey Sermon was stepping into the Niners offense with that starting role, obviously at that point we can say, oh, elite offense, running back that's going to have the guaranteed opportunity. Whereas now you look at Sermon, you go, oh, now a committee back in an offense that's going to be all right. It's just not nearly as compelling. Now, going over to what we have with our next spot, Love Hurts coming out with the start sit question. Here for the flex, we're looking at Jordan Whittington, Keon Coleman versus Brian Thomas. Start 2 full PBR for the flex. Also in consideration is Trey Sermon and Jalen Tolbert. I would go with Brian Thomas and Trey Sermon for our 2 flex spots. I think Brian Thomas is the most appealing name here, especially as we have no Evan Ingram and more targets get funneled through the receivers. But ultimately, if you're looking at looking at Trey Sermon versus Jordan Whittington, I would rather have the running back stepping in opportunity rather than the wide receiver stepping into opportunity if we don't think either talent profile is super exciting. Now, South Philly Josh says, I went 0 RB, a ton of backup starting options, and decided where Tank fits in for free Rasheed. Free Rasheed, by the way. All right, appreciate you. And looking at this, yeah, if you go 0 RB, the hope is that we're able to get somebody like Trey Sermon stepping in, right? Where you can have Sermon stepping in off the waiver wire into a guaranteed workload. Should be a lot better in the long term when we get Brooks back in here. I actually think over Tank Dell, you could go Tyrone Tracy as well. It's funny because I also had a 0 RB build with my own team. And I also play in a double flex league, and I'm starting 4 running backs this week. I started 4 running backs last week as well with the 0 RB build, but it's just easy to pick up these guys off the waiver wire that project for volume. And going Cousins, obviously, we have an extremely high floor already based off what's happened with London. And if we're just chasing, if we just need the highest floor possible, I think we're going to be going with the running backs here rather than somebody like Tank Dell. Now, Jay Dollarsign coming out says, Dell or Rome at the flex. I'm going to go Dell over Rome at the flex, my guy. Also been having trouble linking a team on ESPN. Any advice? Thanks as always. I really do appreciate you. If you're having any issues linking a team on flockfantasy.com, please just join the Discord chat, which is linked in the description of this live stream. And you can send a message in the site issues section of the Discord where one of the developers would be really happy to help you out with that. But yeah, please go with Tank Dell over Rome Odunze, both in little wide receiver trios. The difference is there should be more passing volume in Houston than there will be in Chicago. Going over to Dizzle. Here at running back, we are going to be going with James Cook as a must-start name. Travis Etienne is actually in a much better spot than he has been previously. If you're looking at what sportsbooks are doing, projecting out this Jacksonville Jaguars offense, right now they are telling us that this Jags offense should be really exciting. And going over to what we have with our flex between Zach Moss, Kareem Hunt, I will go Moss. Kareem Hunt's definitely a little more exciting than he was previously now that we have confirmation, however, that Clyde Edwards-Helaire will not be playing this game. So no CEH, definitely can consider here, of course. Now let's move this over to Austin Train. Here at wide receiver, we have no St. Brown this week. Not interested in Kendrick Bourne. We're going to be rolling with Flowers, George Pickens. Keon Coleman's a little more exciting given the fact you have no Khalil Shakir. We can consider him for the flex. McBride, if he's good to go, we start him. Will be something to monitor. Devon Achane here at running back alongside Achane. we're going to be throwing in Chase Brown with the news of Ramondre Stevenson getting benched. Quarterback, we're going to be going with Burrow, in which should be a very high-scoring game environment against Baltimore. We're going to go with Keon Coleman with no Khalil Shakir in Buffalo for one of the flex spots. This is where things get difficult. For the other flex, are we going to go with Braylon Allen, Ramondre Stevenson? Really, those are the only two guys we can consider. I think this is maybe one of the first times we've told anybody to start Braylon Allen this week. Because if you are looking at Braylon Allen, it's a really tough matchup. Breece Hall is still going to have the vast majority of the work here. So by no means am I excited about Braylon Allen. But I think this is a spot where you can go ahead and you can mix him in. Because if we're looking at Ramondre Stevenson versus Braylon Allen, they're both at this point just in split backfields. Even if the Jets have a bad matchup, their offense will still be better than the Pats' offense. And I think Braylon Allen's a better running back than Ramondre Stevenson at this point. Now, moving this over, we have Cox by 90. Says, hey, Mason, hope all is well. Need help in the flex. Torn between Hubbard, Brian Thomas Jr., Kirk, and Michael Pittman Jr. Thanks. Thank you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. And yeah, if y'all don't know, Cox by 90 has been with us for a very, very long time. Just to double check the starting line, make sure we don't change anything here. Yeah, I think everything looks like it is locked in. For the flex, I think that here we are going to go ahead, take Brian Thomas Jr., especially if we had maybe a little bit of a disappointing start on Thursday night with a combo of Bijan Robinson and Chris Godwin. Getting in, say, Brian Thomas Jr., you have no Evan Ingram, so we can possibly expect us to have a few more targets funneled between the combo of Christian Kirk and Thomas. I think the high ceiling, obviously, we want to monitor the weather. If the weather looks like it's a complete debacle, maybe you pivot to Chase Brown, but I think I still go Thomas, to be honest. Vay says, need help with the running backs. Also, should I pick up Fields off waivers to start over Geno? Yes, I would start Fields over Geno. Geno's been great with some of these 60-plus drop-back games. However, with that being said, going up against the Giants, your 6.5-point favorites, I think we actually see Seattle lean on the run a little bit more this week. Going over to running back, we have Trey Sermon, Alexander Madison as guys that I think that we can kind of just easily jam in with the guaranteed opportunities based off the injuries to the players in front of them. And then for the flex spot, yes, we're going to keep Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Reed in here, and we're just going to crush at wide receiver. Now, Hermelier says, down bad due to the buys. What are we thinking in a 12-team format? Running back, I am going to go with Charbonnet over Braylon Allen. Both running backs in similar spots, right, where we're not guaranteed to have really anything when it comes to the opportunity and the touches. They're both probably going to be somewhat mixed in. To what extent, we don't know. But what we can say is this should be a much better offense that you have in Seattle this week than what you have in New York, at least if you are looking at what sportsbooks are currently projecting. And like we said, it is a very tough matchup that you have for the Jets against the Vikings. And then for the flex spot, we go Pittman, assuming that you have Flacco under center. And I go Jalen Waddle as well. I think we play both Pittman and Waddle, even if we're not nearly as confident about Waddle. Now, we will get back to Steve's team review. Thank you, Steve. I just want to make sure that before the game starts, if there are any start-sit questions on the site, we can answer all of them. So I wanted to start Kirk at the flex, but the rain in Jacksonville's starting to scare me. Who could we roll with? So Christian Kirk would be my number one option here at the flex. If you wanted to pivot to somewhere else, the pivot would be Tank Dell. Obviously, we can wait and look at what the weather is like right at kickoff. And if it is disgusting, in that case, yes, go ahead and sure start Tank Dell. But if the weather looks like maybe it clears up a bit, Kirk would be my preferred option in a vacuum with no Ingram. Jeremy says, do we go Reed, Wicks, McBride, or Reed, Worthy, Kraft? Don't want three Packers, and the McBride injury scares me. The Packers currently have the second highest total of any team in the NFL this week. I think you are completely fine to start all three Packers with how good this offense projects to be. And at the same time, with the fact that it does look like it's going to be a little bit more of a concentrated target share here in Green Bay in comparison to what we've seen in the past. So to be honest with you, I probably start all Packers. If you're worried about the McBride injury, there's no reason to stress about it with Kraft. And then don't start Worthy over Wicks just because you're worried about having too many Packers. I go Dontavian Wicks. Like I said, I mean, right now, if you look at sports books, you currently have the highest total for the Niners and the second highest total for the Packers. Those are the guys you want in your lineup this week. Now, next 0410 Mango says, who should I start in the wide receiver 2 and the 2 flex spots? Wicks, Terry, DJ, considering benching Andrews. Thank you. Oh, you definitely go Tucker Kraft over Mark Andrews for sure. And then here, wide receiver 2, we're going to go Dontavian Wicks. Like we said, second highest implied team total this week, plus the injuries that you have to the other guys in Green Bay. Easily opens things up for him. We will go DJ Moore. DJ Moore's had double-digit points every single week so far this year. Not super excited about it with how the target volume's looking, specifically with Keenan Allen back in, where now there is some serious target competition, and at the same time, obviously it's been a low-volume passing attack with Caleb Williams under center. Now, John 24 Rand says, who do we start between Waddle, Higgins, Brian Thomas Jr. at the flex? So here, wide receiver, we go Jefferson, Nico Collins. Don't really need to think about it. For the flex spot, assuming that the weather is going to be fine, we go ahead and we take Brian Thomas Jr. If you're worried about the weather and it looks bad at kickoff, we pivot over to T. Higgins. But yeah, with no Evan Ingram, if the weather looks like it'll be fine, I think you probably do have a little more upside here, specifically with Thomas. But that will be something we have to monitor. Now, Terminator coming out with the start set. Wide receiver, we are going to be having no Malik Neighbors, Deebo Samuel, Nico Collins. Obviously, the 2 must-start guys, Tyreek Hill, Dontavian Wicks, we would consider for the flex. Running back, brutal matchup. Actually, no, never mind. We don't even have to go James Conner. We're going to go with Jordan Mason and Devon Achane with it being a full PPR format. And then for the flex, this is where I think things get tough. If you want, God, this is a good team. If you wanted the high floor, I think you just take James Conner. It is a tough matchup against the... It is a very tough matchup against the Niners here. Or I believe they are 6-point dogs. So I don't want to sit here and act like I am super excited and super confident and just absolutely know that James Conner is going to crush. But you at least have the guaranteed touches. We at least have the large sample size that we are able to look at. Whereas with some of these other players, they are more so a projection rather than a guarantee. But let's move this over. If you have any questions in the chat, let me know. And I believe the game's about to start. Of course, I'm still going to be streaming through the game. We can give you some live reactions with the game. We can still talk ball. So I'd highly recommend, if everybody has 2 screens, to pull up the game on one screen and to hang out in the chat with the other, and we could just do a live reaction to the game as we go through. But yeah, definitely leave the chat open so we can have like a fun little live reaction watch party here. And looking at this, Noah says start Wicks or Deontay Johnson. We go with Deontay Johnson. Obviously, we want to sit here and we want to say that Dontavian Wicks has all the upside in the world to see the consistent target volume now that you have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson. But at the same time, you can look at Deontay Johnson and say, well, he had 13 targets last week. He had 14 targets the week before. So Deontay is still like so damn safe. And also, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. Go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are grinding away 5 hours streaming every single day, answered as many questions as we possibly can. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, do it now, please. Nick says, yo, my guy Mason, sending love from Jersey, brother. Content's been fire this season. Keep it up. We all appreciate you. I appreciate you. And this will be the first time Thanksgiving I'm going to New Jersey. It'll be the first time I've ever been. I've never been to like the Northeast. I've never been to the New York area. Girlfriend's working on a movie over there right now. So flying in for Thanksgiving should be fun. Should be fun. Davey says, forgot to start Baker. Flacco, we trust. Ooh. I think Flacco makes Pittman and Downs exciting, but I'm not excited to start Flacco himself. Hi H says, Wan'Dale, Wicks, Stephon Flowers, Downs. Rank them. Diggs and Wicks would be my top two options. Diggs and Wicks. Okay. Now let's move this over. And of course, if y'all ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any question, y'all can always do that over on flockfantasy.com. Just go over to the button at the top right corner of the site that says expert advice. There you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question. Or if you wanted to get that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing is actually going and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, with code FLOCK, you will get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we're able to go through and accredit you with that free team review voucher. But yes, the game is on. We are definitely going to be watching this together. Now, John Skeet with the start set. Running back, you go Najee Harris with no Jalen Warren and no Cordell Patterson. And then for the flex, we are looking at Wan'Dale, Zach Moss. I probably just take the running back with the guaranteed touches in what should be a pretty damn good offense. So yeah, I think we go ahead and we take Zach Moss and don't overthink it, even if we have the guaranteed, airball by Rodgers. But even if we have the guaranteed target volume with Wan'Dale with no neighbors, it's going to be a worse offense. Now, Kano says, hey, Mason, first time in the flock, much love, need 3 of 4 between JSN, Higgins, Wicks, and Pittman. So Pittman must start name unless the weather gets nasty. Wicks must start name as well. I mean, obviously 2 guys that were on our bench last week, but you get the changes with the wide receiver core in Green Bay. You get Joe Flacco under center for Michael Pittman. And then if we need a third wide receiver to start between JSN, Higgins, and Adams, I'm going to be going with T. Higgins. Garrett Wilson short of the first down. But we're going to be going with Higgins over JSN and Adams, knowing how good the offense should be. And obviously, the Seattle Seahawks have had a ton of passing volume so far this year. But with that being said, I don't know what you're expecting. You should be in a spot in which, against the Giants, they don't have to drop back 60 plus times. Now, Van Gliders says, need a flex this week. Thank you. Thank you. Here, I'm going to go T. Higgins over Wan'Dale Robinson. If we are looking at Higgins, you have a wide receiver that is in a great offense, coming off a game with 10 targets. I think it's kind of an easy spot. Just go ahead and take him. Okay. Here's what we need right now in my team. Let me know in the live chat. What do you need from this game? Do you have anybody for the Jets? Do you have anybody for the Vikings? Or does your opponent? I am playing Avery this week. This is a massive, massive week for me. And he has Justin Jefferson. And he has Aaron Jones. So here's what I need this week. We need the Vikings offense to be shut down. I have nobody in this game. So I am rooting for a nasty... Oh, Justin Jefferson fumble. Or is that a drop? Was that a drop or... It's a drop. Yeah. Ooh. We need a nasty game. We don't want anybody to do anything here in Minnesota. Nothing. C. Johnson says, need to see if Braylon Allen role keeps expanding. Sarge says, just want to see Darnold crush the Jets. Corey says, fumble to me, a few good steps. Yeah, it is 2nd and 11. That sucks. So you get that least the point per the reception. God, get Aaron Jones. Get him. Oh, this is going to be stressful. This is going to be stressful. We need 10 picks from Sauce. Yeah, here's what we need. We need Sauce Gardner to just lock up Jefferson. We need him to lock him up. Let's move this over. Ian says, can I start Brian Robinson Jr.? I think you can. Brian Robinson was cleared good to go last night. So if he was good to go last night, I don't have too much hesitation with this. Dear God, first down. Could have been worse. Could have been for Aaron Jones. Could have been for Jefferson. I'd rather had a 3 and out, but it is what it is. Let's slow the game down here. Come on. We don't need to be running this many plays. We don't need this many points for this Vikings offense. I love how you get the spy on Darnold. Okay, Perez says, I need Aaron Jones. Well, we are enemies today. Leo Reacts says, Ayuk McLaurin for the flex. I think it is very much up to you there. Is that Jefferson? Dear God, this is not starting off hot for us. This is not starting off hot. Yeah, just put Ty Chandler in there the rest of the game. God, this is going to suck. It's never fun watching a game and having to root against Justin Jefferson. You know it's not going well for you. But let's go through and let's dive into the questions that we have on the site real quick. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews from J-Hacks, Infinity, and Bijan. Sadly, Bijan ain't looking like that dude. But anyway, right now we are sitting with one of the top 3 teams according to the League Analyzer. We are currently in that little juggernaut group of 3 teams. After that, you'd have a significant drop off to the next 4. After that, you have a significant drop off to the bottom 3 teams in the league. But appreciate the streams. Have made 6 trades so far. Any moves you like and might need a defense for this week. Who are we going to look to drop? Okay. So looking at the team here, we have definitely a move to make that would be very easy if possible. I mean, if we could go through and if we could sell either Lamar or Daniels in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, we do it. We have 2 top 5 quarterbacks right now. Obviously, both with a ridiculous amount of value. Both you are in a great spot with. Looking at what we have at running back, the issue is like, where the hell can we upgrade? Is that Jefferson again? Short of the first, at least. Did they give him the first down? Are you kidding me? Justin Jefferson getting everything here. Then Aaron Jones. I am getting cooked out here. But anyway, yeah, if you could sell Lamar or Daniels and go get an upgrade elsewhere, we do it. But what does this team need? Wide receiver, we have 2 top 10 receivers with A.J. Brown, Brandon Ayuk. Top flex option, in London, top flex option with Ayuk. Quality depth with Pittman, Wicks, Myers, Rice. Running back, we have H and Bijan, so 2 top 10 running backs in the long term. We have Mixon, arguably another top 10 running back when he does come in. Jonathan Brooks, quality depth. Get Aaron Jones. Can you tackle? Dear God. But honestly, this is a nutso team. Like, realistically speaking, the only thing this team could do is go trade for an elite tight end. If you wanted to go through and send like Michael Pittman, Sam Laporta to try to get Travis Kelce, we do it. If you can send Dontavian Wicks, Sam Laporta for Travis Etienne, we do it. It's not Travis Etienne, Travis Kelce, I apologize. Also look at McBride. The thing is, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where the wide receiver depth isn't super important. And thank God they hold them to a field goal. But the wide receiver depth isn't super important. We have a ridiculous amount of it. We have running back depth. We have the elite quarterbacks as well. This is a crazy team. If you're somehow able to pivot off an elite quarterback and Laporta to get the tight end 1. But the thing is, you're even giving up too much value there. That's the thing. Maybe if we can go like Daniels, and you're going to have to wait this. You can't sell Ayuk right now. You're going to have to wait till a big game from Ayuk. But if you can go like Daniels and Brandon Ayuk after a big game against the Cardinals and pivot over and get a borderline top 5 receiver, we go ahead and do it. You just cannot at this moment. And if you had to drop somebody for a defense, it sucks, but you probably end up dropping Tyler Algier. As nothing at this point can change the status of Algier in rest of season rankings this weekend. Yes, all of a sudden, if you had an injury to Bijan Robinson, Algier becomes a top 10 back. But that's not going to happen with Bijan already playing on Thursday. So maybe you drop Algier, pick up the defense that way. If you really wanted to go ahead and instead drop Jacoby Myers, you can. I just don't see the appeal in doing so. But appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way. I know we probably weren't, but this is a great team. Significantly better than my team. Significantly better. And obviously, if you can get some quarterback value, we do it. I mean, trade a quarterback for some value. Alvin and the Jeffersons from Steve, always happy to see us, says, any way to buy low on Tyreek or a decent running back or receiver? Also, should I start the Bills or the Jets defense? Thanks so much, Mason. I'm really sorry for just now getting to this. I probably would have told you to go with the Jets defense, which isn't looking too hot right now based off what Minnesota just did with that first drive. But anyway, we are by far and away the best team here. If you look at the league analyzer up at 1, we are 3-1 as well. So I do think that it makes a ton of sense for us to go through and for us to buy the long-term upside of somebody that you have with Tyreek Hill, where Tyreek obviously in the short term, not super exciting. In the long term, a player that we can really rely upon. Going over to running back, we have Saquon Barkley and Alvin Kamara. Two top 5 running backs that we can start every single week going into the future. We have Raheem Mostert, Justice Hill as depth pieces. So the depth is definitely maybe a little bit of question here at running back, but it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So to be honest, I'm kind of fine building around wide receiver depth instead. But at wide receiver, we're sitting here with 2 top 5 receivers with Jefferson and Chase. And then the wide receiver depth is maybe a little questionable with Mooney, Pittman, and Trey Tucker, specifically in a 10-team format. Tight end, we have Komet and Cade Otton. So at tight end, we're in a perfectly fine situation. But we don't have anybody that we could potentially go through and sell. You're just kind of playing the matchups between these two guys with how things currently stand. I like the idea of buying Tyreek. Like, you're going to have to buy one of those discounted studs if you're going to do so. But I feel like you've already done such a good job of tiering up and bringing in the elite players at the top by selling our depth that I don't necessarily know if it's possible for us to do it at this point. Like if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to potentially, like if you could sell Mooney and Pittman and go get a player like Tyreek Hill, obviously it's an absolute no-brainer. But it's just not going to be possible. Like we don't have enough value depth pieces to do that tier up for another stud. If you were going to trade for another stud, you have to give up Jefferson, Chase. You have to give up Barkley, Kamara. You have to give up one of these guys. So what I would actually probably do is I would probably cut Sam Darnold on a team that you have Josh Allen, pick up another running back off the waiver wire that you think is an injury away from seeing a massive pop. I'd probably pick my favorite tight end out of Cole Kmet, Cade Otton. Really, they are back in our rankings. It's just up to you with whoever you'd prefer. And then I'd pick up another running back off the waiver wire that's an injury away from potentially turning into a league winner. And yeah, outside of that, I don't necessarily think that it is a spot where you can trade depth anymore for the studs because we've already done that to great success. Clearly, it's the best team in the league. But because we've already sold running back and wide receiver depth to tier up to the studs at the very top, I think maybe just moving off the backup quarterback and the backup tight ends to pick up viable potential running backs off waivers could be a strategy for us. Obviously, I like the idea of trading and buying low on somebody like Devon Achane, buying low on somebody like Tyreek Hill based off the offense struggling in the short term, but we are 3-1, so we can focus in on the long-term upside there. I think that is the main thing we'd be looking at. And please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Would be happy to try to answer as many as we can. And also hit that like button if you have not done so already. Less than 10% of y'all have dropped a like. Ooh, was that a mutt punt? Come on, mutt punt. Do not give Minnesota the ball. Whatever we do, Jets, sit on the freaking ball. Drain some clock. Let's go. Yeah, the Jets not looking hot right now. Maybe special teams mistake for Minnesota saves them. So essentially, Jets player pushes the blocker into the Vikings returner. What are they saying here about this? Okay, so does the Vikings ball. Never mind. Okay, yeah, Jets touched the ball first. Oh, dear God. Joseph says, how is Brees doing? I have a feeling he isn't doing well today. Brees right now sitting here with 1 carry for 1 rushing yard. Double check. Let me refresh to make sure this is true. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to give Brees Hall that kind of disrespect. Brees Hall is not sitting here with 1 carry for 1 rushing yard. Brees Hall has 2 carries for 2 rushing yards. So you're doing great. Doing great. And what's actually cool is over there on Underdog, they actually have in-game picks where you could go through and if you could say like, oh, Brees Hall is going to be a bum. The Jets offense is going to be garbage. You could go ahead and say, oh, Brees Hall's not going to hit 63 yards today. You could go lower than 63.5 total yards for Brees Hall. You can do this in the live game right now. Honestly, I kind of want to take Brees to go higher than 36.5. You only need 1 big run for Brees for him to hit this mark. Obviously, 2-3 and outs for the Jets. Not looking super hot right now. But dear God, I'm going up against Jefferson, and his pick at the moment is higher, lower, 102 receiving yards. It's not looking good. Aaron Jones, higher, lower, 98.5 rushing yards. But dear God. Dear God. And of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of these picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description. You can find it in the comment section. If you use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK as well, you'll get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Dallas Cowboys game. And on top of it, you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who should accredit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over. We'll get a team review going for Pretty Damn Nice. Here, this is a team that we are currently second with the league analyzer. However, if we are looking at the other top teams, we're all pretty much right neck and neck. Like, there's not a big gap between us and any of the top 5 teams here. So definitely better to be at the top half, but it's not like it's a juggernaut squad. I'm pulling up what we have at quarterback here. We are sitting with Jalen Hurts with the elite level long-term upside. We have Brock Purdy as the short-term fill-in. Purdy should be in a really good spot this week. Get Aaron Jones. Get him. Perfect. Yeah, you are able to go ahead and you are able to start Brock Purdy, obviously, against the Cardinals. Highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week for the San Francisco 49ers. Going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with Jordan Mason, Travis Etienne. So with Jordan Mason, we have the running back one in the short term. We can't really guarantee there'll be anything in the long term. We have Travis Etienne as the running back that gives you a floor as a running back two, kind of a ceiling as a running back two. You can almost say the same thing with maybe, okay, yeah, Darnold, you can run. You can run. You can say the same thing with Pollard, right? A high floor running back that maybe has a little bit of a cap ceiling here. So the running back room in the long term, I think, is maybe lacking upside, but at least has the guaranteed touches. And in the short term, as we can say that Jordan Mason is a running back one, the running back in room in the short term is completely fine. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have Brandon Ayuk. We have Zay Flowers. We have Darnell Mooney. We have Christian Kirk. It's a league you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's a league where the wide receiver depth isn't super important. Tight end, we have McBride and Cole Kmet. So obviously Kmet as the short-term fill-in. McBride as the long-term upside play here. So with this team overall, it's a very well-constructed team where I think the main thing that we want to be focusing in on is how we could potentially upgrade the running back upside in the long term. There's a couple different ways you can go about this. One, if you could potentially... Okay, good. And completion. If you could potentially go through and package together, say like Darnell Mooney and Darnold down as well. Darnold takes a massive, massive hit here. But if you could package Darnell Mooney after the 500 passing yard game for Kirk Cousins and maybe Tony Pollard to go get a running back upgrade, I think we would go ahead and look to make that 2-for-1 deal. Because then we could have a little more upside in the long term there with Tony Pollard. And since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, it's not like Mooney's a locked and loaded starter for us every week. Like we are obviously going to be choosing between Flowers, Kirk, Mooney for the flex spot most weeks. It looks like Ayuk is that guy that pretty much is penciled in a wide receiver 2 as of right now. So if you could sell Mooney and Pollard and get a running back upgrade, it'd be a no-brainer, but much easier said than done. We need Kmet. We need Purdy in the short term with the McBride injury with Jalen Hurts on the bye. But after we get past this, obviously, if you could use Cole Kmet, if you could use Brock Purdy as any type of trade bait at all, I think that we would. But obviously just much easier said than done at that front as well. Overall, I think it's a good, well-rounded roster. I just think after this week, if we can upgrade at running back 2 in the long term by packaging together either one of the backup onesies or Darnell Mooney, I think we would. But it does come down to what your league mates are willing to do with those depth options. Maverick says, I'm so confused. Why is the McBride injury concerning? For him to get downgraded on Saturday, I think they have to be possibly a little concerned that this flares up, where I'm completely fine rostering the backup tight end for this game. Like, I don't necessarily know if, like, we have McBride right now, we can say, like, you for sure only need to roster one tight end. If we get McBride playing through the entire week here with no issues whatsoever, then at that point, I think definitely you could look to sell Komet Hyde, like we mentioned. But obviously, the Chicago Bears passing offense coming off a bad week, I don't think you're going to be getting much for Komet if you try to sell him right now anyway. But yeah, I think the main thing is trying to upgrade a running back in any way that we can. I don't know if anybody in our league is willing to buy those guys. Maybe after this week, depending on the week that we get from Purdy, depending on the week that we get from Komet. But I do really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. It's a really good team. Obviously, second best team in the league, sitting at 2-2. I think that you're in a good spot. Is that Aaron Jones? Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my gosh. Backup quarterback comes in, slinging to Jones. Nichols says Darnold's fine. I don't think Darnold's in right now. I think you have the backup QB is in, right? No, Darnold's back in. Never mind. Am I behind y'all? Chandler fumble. Dear God. R.I.P. Thank you, Chandler, for saving us. We get saved back-to-back drives with Minnesota here. Not scoring. Thank God. Could be so much worse. Could have been so much worse. How many points does Jefferson and Aaron Jones have right now? Aaron Jones, 5.3 points. Jefferson, 6.3. Obviously not looking too hot for us at the moment, but still, with that being said, much better than them dropping a touchdown on our head in the first quarter, which before the Darnold sack, before the fumble on both drives, looked like it was possibly happening. Like, I don't know if Jordan Addison has been involved at all, has he? Like, I don't know if we've seen really any target volume at all going over to Jordan Addison. Okay. Yeah, Jets defense bending but not breaking. The Jets defense, actually, if you start them this week, they're not looking too bad. And obviously, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. Does help us out a ton. And we'll move this over and see if we have any more questions coming through on flockfantasy.com. Again, if you wanted to get any guaranteed answers, you can always go to flockfantasy.com. Get a start sit question, get a team review, get a trade question, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted to do that, just go over to the sites, go to the link in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can press that button, get a team review, trade question, or start sit. And if you wanted that team review, definitely take advantage of the offer that you have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you actually have a ton of underdog picks out there as well. And you can get a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half total yard for the game tonight, and that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. And find that link in the live chat. Well, let's answer these start sit questions real quick. Bo coming out with one. Here, wide receiver, we are looking at Malik Neighbors, A.J. Brown, Jamison Williams all being out this week. So I'm going to go Terry McLaurin, George Pickens. I know you said you were considering Jacoby Myers, but Right now, if you look at Myers, it's a spot that he projects out to be in the worst offense in the NFL this week. And it's a really tough matchup against Denver. We're going to go Zach Ertz at tight end for the only reason that Zach Ertz is the only tight end that will score points at all. And that we have the injury to Taysom. We have Laporta on bye. Running back, we go Alexander Madison. Actually, no, never mind. We go James Cook and Travis Etienne here, project to be in good offenses. We go Daniels if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. And then going over to the flex spots, we go right back to the running back position. We take DeAndre Swift in a good matchup against Carolina. And also we are going to take Alexander Madison with the guaranteed workload against Denver. I'd be more willing to play Madison this week with just get the guaranteed volume than I would be Jacoby Myers. But Garrett Wilson has 4 targets this game and hasn't done much with them. Is that a drop from Lazard? Who was that? I barely saw it at the corner of my eye. We were going through and answering these questions. But let's move this over for H. Jacobson. Okay, let's figure this out. This is an important week. We are 0-4. We need a win here. We have no Ridley. We have no Ladd. We're really choosing between Dell, Keenan here at wide receiver if we wanted to get anybody in this lineup. No way in hell we can start Dell over Harrison or Brian Thomas. Kelsey, locked and loaded option. We have no JT this week. We go Fields over Dalton for sure. For the flex, since you have no Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and it does appear to be a spot in which no way Rodgers picked. Touchdown. Come on, Vikings. Come on. Go. We don't want the offense touch. Let's go. Pick 6 Rodgers. Rodgers pick 6. The Jets are falling apart. Oh my gosh. Are we sure? Devontae Adams, you really want to go here? Dear God. Yeah, the Jets look, I don't know, overreact, but how many primetime Jets games do we need to see where they look horrible? It's terrifying for me when we saw the interception. Obviously, if y'all don't know, I'm going up against Jefferson. I'm going up against Aaron Jones this week. So I see that interception. I'm like, dear God, do we really need another shot at a Vikings touchdown? But no, if we get a defensive touchdown, beautiful. Let's keep the ball in the hands of the Minnesota Vikings. But anyway, yeah, going back over here, we play Kareem Hunt over Tank Dell. When you have no Clyde Edwards-Helaire, it does just thin out this running back room a little bit more where Hunt is a little more of a guarantee. Okay. Let's see. Miguelito says, does that cook my Jets defense or does that not count as points? That should cook your Jets defense. It does suck if you're playing a defense in fantasy football and the offense gives up a pick 6 that all of a sudden you are getting punished for it. But keep in mind, I mean, I think it maybe depends on the platform that you're playing on, but platform and settings that I play on, if the offense gives up a pick 6 and you're playing that defense, it doesn't matter how the opposing team scores the points. It counts against your defense. Okay. But let's see this. 20 says 40-plus-year-old quarterback washed. How can it be? How can it be? That is a good question. Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, Rodgers was so damn annoying this past year as well. With, I can come back. I'm superhuman. Nobody's ever come back. I'm gonna go out and warm up for every game starting in week 4. And that's what we're going to focus in on all over SportsCenter. Go, no, did you see Aaron Rodgers warming up for the Jets game? It's like, why does this freaking matter? We know he's not coming back. But for whatever reason, he had to do it to the Jets fans. He had to pretend that he was coming back all along. Okay. We got Aaron says Braylon Allen needs touches. Probably not going to be a strong week for Braylon Allen here. This Vikings team is legit. Vikings going to be 5-0. Let me know in the live chat. Do y'all think there's any shot that the Vikings are a Super Bowl team? Any chance the Vikings are a real Super Bowl team this year? Daniel says, I'm starting to think so. Yes, Jets have more pick sixes than first downs. No, they're not. No, they're not. Absolutely, they're a Super Bowl contender. Yes, at the very least, they're a contender. No shot. And they get home field in the playoffs. Looks like they will have home field in the playoffs. They're about to start off 5-0. And this does look like the model you want to have too. This is what I was saying with Darnold, and that like, just my brain wants to say like, oh, you're going to get natural Sam Darnold regression, at least from a fantasy football perspective, where Darnold's not going to be leading the NFL in passing touchdowns when it's all said and done. But at the same time, you will get TJ Hawkinson added back in. Like, you had no Addison for a little bit here. So, like, the situation is actually going to be improving. For this Vikings offense and Sam Darnold. You have to think, too, where, like, base expectation, and everybody, including myself, obviously, I never pretend to be, like, some expert. Y'all know what I do. I look at NFL sports books, look at projections, try to make reasonable expectations going into the future, and just give you my process. I'm never going to come out and say, like, oh, I know what NFL coaches are great. I know what NFL coaches are bad. Like, on the extremes, you can. Like, I'm very confident that Sean McVay is a great coach. I'm very confident that Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. But, I mean, Robert Saleh, the assumption that most people had, including myself, is that this guy was a sharp and he knew what he was doing. And then you go through and you look at what the Jets have done year after year now. We're 7-10 last year, 7-10 the year before, 4-13. I mean, at some point, and obviously it was very easy to use the excuse of Zach Wilson over the past few years. At some point, you maybe have to be concerned about Robert Saleh. No way. Another interception for Rodgers. No way. What did you possibly see there to throw that ball? Yeah, free Brees. We are seeing ghost here. I wonder what Zach Wilson costs these days. God, for the Jets defense, please, Jets defense, don't give up on the game. I need you. I need you. Kyle says we trade in Brees. At this point, it looks like maybe we should have. A little too late now. Maybe we can update our rankings real time during this game. Hey, this game could be even uglier if you didn't get the Ty Chandler fumble. What's pissing me off here is obviously we can't have too many Vikings points, and the Vikings are just playing so damn fast. They're snapping the ball with 25 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds on the clock. It's what you want if you want fantasy points for your offense, not if you're trying to. Dear God. Yeah. No idea what Brees is doing. Put Ty Chandler back in. Yeah, put Ty Chandler back in. Put Ty Chandler back in. This is funny. Traded Brees for Bijan. We both thought we did something there. This is the funniest comment I've seen in the live stream. I'm going to tweet this out. This is hilarious. But let's move it over and see if we have any more questions. And I do want to reiterate some of the news that we had earlier that maybe we didn't talk about. Trey McBride expected to play this week. George Kittle expected to play. Cooper Kupp targeting a week 7 return. So obviously great news for anybody with Kupp here that we at least get a timetable on that. Damian Pierce not expected to play. So if you wanted Cam Akers a little more viable, Robert Woods good to go. We don't care. And then, yeah, as we talked about last night, CMC is not expected back in week 6. Let's move this over. Witsy says, what do we do with Brees? Here's what you do with Brees. And this is what we were saying with Brands and Ayuk all week as well. Your options with Brees at this point. Are you A, drop him, B, build a time machine to travel back to before week 1 and sell him then? Or C, you hold him on your team, you cry every time you wake up in the morning, and you pray this offense could turn around and improve? Because there ain't nobody buying Brees Hall at this point. You can try your best. You can try your best. But it ain't happening. Jay Smooth says, sell everyone on the Jets. The issue is when there are these like island games, these standalone games like you have right here with the Jets Vikings, and everybody is watching them, like for you to go through and try to pivot off and for you to try to sell a player after a disappointing island game, it's impossible. This is why, like, typically if we have, say, a Thursday night performance that the player pops off and is insane, it could be an interesting situation to go ahead and look to move on from them. Like the example is obviously 2 weeks ago, us saying to sell Jahmyr Gibbs after the Thursday night game. Everybody absolutely loses their mind because everybody just saw, I'm sorry, not Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane. Everybody just saw Achane drop 30 points and look so damn exciting. And when everybody watches that game, you're going to find a buyer. You're going to find someone willing. However, on the flip side of this, with everybody watching this Brees Hall, this New York Jets performance, good luck finding somebody willing to trade for him. Good luck. Now, you're not going to be, you can't sell Brees. There's going to be nothing that you can get. Okay. Matt says, is Jones really hurt? Is Aaron Jones hurt? I didn't see anything. Ty Chandler is back in. Ty Chandler touchdown. We need it, baby. I'm going up against Aaron Jones and Justin Jefferson in the Flock League. Okay, there we go. Sack. Come on. We just want the Vikings offense to be bad. I don't care about anything else. If this is a low scoring, if this is an ugly game, I'm excited about it. But yeah, I mean, come on. More sacks, more turnovers. Give the ball back to the Jets. Let the Jets sit on it. Slow the game down here. Stop snapping the ball with 20 seconds on the clock, Minnesota. This game, of course, hurts Braylon Allen. This is why you couldn't start Braylon Allen this week, because of the matchup. Dear God. The flag came in. Please tell me we didn't get holding. No defensive holding. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Quoto says, Vegas make the call. Breeze 70-yard tutty. This isn't growing the game. Good point. Illegal. That is the softest thing I've ever seen. That is the softest thing I've seen. Jonas says Jaden Daniels or Brock Purdy. We for sure want to go Daniels over Purdy based off rushing upside. For sure. Yeah, Ty Chandler gets the carry. Is Aaron Jones hurt? Why the hell are we seeing so much Ty Chandler? Can someone let me know in the live chat? Is Aaron Jones something going on? Addison in motion. Come on, I'm fine. Vikings score a touchdown as long as it goes to Addison. Help my underdog teams and just cuck Jefferson and Aaron Jones for me. Ty Chandler, another carry here. Michael says, I had Ty Chandler but dropped him. If Jones is hurt, I'm going to be pissed. Yeah, if Jones is hurt, Ty Chandler is the number one waiver wire ad of the week. And besides the Jordan Mason pickup, maybe one of the number one waiver wire ads in the season. Because if this Vikings offense is legit, and we know Ty Chandler can catch the ball as well, he will just absolutely crush. Third down, come on. Give us something big. Addison in motion. There we go. There we go. Stopped him. Are they going for it? Hopefully not. I'd assume they would. Great coverage. Great coverage. Yeah, San Diego says refs are secretly cheering for Avery. That's what it is. Jones isn't hurt. Okay, so we're just seeing Ty Chandler for no apparent reason. Going for it. Empty backfield. Come on, Jets. Jets, 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 Jets. Deep ball. Okay, there we go. There we go. Your boy's a Jets fan for today. We're a Jets fan. Let's move this over. Knight says Daniel Jones or Joe Flacco. There is no world in which you could ever, and I repeat, ever, start Daniel Jones with no Malik Neighbors. Daniel Jones with Malik Neighbors is a dud. Daniel Jones with no Malik Neighbors is going to be absolutely garbage. By no means do I want to be telling a bunch of people to start Joe Flacco. You have absolutely no rushing upside. At least you have a little rushing upside with Jones. But Jones hasn't been running the ball nearly as much as we were expecting. John says, who are you facing the league today? I'm facing Avery in the league. So this is a massive, massive game for me. We win this. We move to 4-1. Avery moves to 2-3. And the amount of trash I am able to talk is insane. Is insane. Okay. But let's move this over. And again, if y'all have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream for us. We'll be live all the way until kickoff for the main slate of games. And yeah, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to get any of your questions answered for guarantee, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you want a team review, I would actually use the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, it'll be by far and away the cheapest way for you to get a team review. And use promo code FLOCK. You will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, with code FLOCK, you'll be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way, we're able to go ahead and we are able to hook you up with that free team review voucher. But let's get this next team review going for JSN's in Paris. This is a team where we are number one with the league analyzer by a wide margin. 3-1, feeling great about the squad, but open to making some moves / trades if you have any recommendations. So it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So depth does matter a little bit more, as well as it is a 12-team format. And since we can get more wide receivers / running backs into our starting lineup, quarterback and tight end will make up a slightly lower percentage, and they'll matter just a little bit less here. I'm pulling up the squad. This is a nutso team. This is insane. It's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. And we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nico Collins, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr. 4 guys that we are able to start every week, regardless of what the matchup is. We even have Deontay Johnson as our wide receiver 5. We have Dontavian Wicks as our wide receiver 6. So if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would be screaming from the rooftops, you need to sell Deontay Johnson. We need to go get an elite tight ends. We need to go ahead and get somebody like Travis Kelce in. Or go sell Deontay Johnson and Joe Burrow and bring in somebody like Josh Allen. However, with this being a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I actually am completely fine holding on to the wide receiver depth. Obviously, to a certain extent, we don't necessarily need it. So honestly, going through and looking at somebody like, say, Jalen McMillan, there's no reason to have him here at the bottom of this team, where in my mind, I think it would just make so much more sense if you were to, come on, first down Jets. Let's go. Thank God. I think it would make so much more sense if you were to just cut Jalen McMillan, go pick up another running back off the waiver wire that's potentially an injury away from making a significant difference. We already have those guys at the bottom end like Alexander Madison and Tyrone Tracy. And obviously, when you're sitting here with this much value and this kind of guaranteed production in our starting lineup, any chance we get to go approach a team that's maybe a little desperate for running back help and that needs somebody to play right now, like this team is starting maybe like Samaje Perine and Ezekiel Elliott. If you're able to trade them that depth running back that we picked up off the waiver wire for free, that's sliding in as a starter and just get an upgrade potentially here for the long term, it's a spot where you can afford it. Like if you go ahead and if you wanted to send them, say, Kareem Hunt, a running back we picked up off the waiver wire for free, and Deontay Johnson to go get Tyreek Hill, where we have the Tyreek Hill upside in the long term. We don't even need to start him this week anyway because our team is so freaking loaded. And that other team could end up actually using the running back depth that we would be sending him in that instance. I think that would make a lot of sense for you here. And yeah, I think you just want to be rostering as many of those high upside running backs where their situation could change because you were so loaded at wide receiver. And obviously, if you get the ability to take one of those running backs and trade him with Joe Burrow to get an elite QB, or to trade him with Jake Ferguson to get a true elite tight end, we would do it. But primarily because it's a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, you don't need to sell any of the stud receivers here unless it's just a 2-for-1 deal to get an even better receiver by sending away a running back we just picked up off the waiver wire. But yeah, looking at the league analyzer, you can tell, I mean, this is a nuts team. We are 3 times more value than the roster at the very bottom end. Like literally you could drop Jerome Ford, Kareem Hunt, Rico Dowdle, Alexander Madison, Tyrone Tracy. You could drop Deontay Johnson, Dontavian Wicks, and Jalen McMillan, and you would still have a better team than me. Crazy squad here. But really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out in some way with this. Congrats on the team. Just drop someone like Jalen McMillan who doesn't have the upside to ever make a difference on it. Pick up a running back. Now moving this over to Lila Chaman says, should we start Madison or Gibson as running back 2? We're for sure going to go Madison, that you have Zamir White fully ruled out. And then Wicks or Higgins in the flex. Between Wicks and Higgins, it is extremely close. It is up to you. Honestly, I don't have a massive preference one way or another. I probably end up going T. Higgins. But it's very close. I mean, hell, but if you have the ability to throw Wicks in at wide receiver 2, we do it. But I'd probably go Higgins over Wicks. Not super confident. But the Jets get stopped on 4th down. Dear God. My thought process here, right, is you're the Jets, you're falling apart. You look like garbage. Why don't you just score and make sure you end the drive with a positive note? Why don't you just put some points on the board by going ahead and getting the field goal, making it a 1-score game? Because now you end that drive with 0 points. And you still feel like a dumpster fire. You still feel like nothing's happening. Or at least if you put 3 on the board. Get some momentum going. Okay. And yeah, let's see what is the stat line. Because obviously watching the game is different than just looking at the stat line. I have no idea how many points Breece Hall has. NFL scores. Right now, Braylon Allen, 3 carries for 3 yards. Breece Hall, 3 carries for 2 yards. Breece Hall, you get the 1 reception for 6. This is disgusting. Breece Hall was literally better with Zach Wilson than he is with Aaron Rodgers. Corey tweets, 240-pound running back, can't convert short yardage on 2 attempts because the Jets' O-line is a major liability. Some of the worst run blocking I've seen this season, and I'm a Buccaneers fan. This is insane. This is insane. Gold Mummy says start Pickens or Pittman. I would go Pittman, assuming that the weather's not too bad. There we go. Come on, Jets. Actually, would have been fine with that going to Addison, but I would honestly rather have the Jets not even close to scoring a touchdown. I mean, if all else is equal. So Aaron Jones still not in the game. I'm sorry. I got to record a clip for the Flock League. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just looking at Aaron Jones standing on the sideline. I don't know what's up. I mean, this is, as I recorded this, Jefferson got a 30-yard bomb. Never mind. Apparently Avery doesn't need Aaron Jones. He has Jefferson. Dear God, freaking Justin Jefferson. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Fly High Flock League. It at least helps us that you have no Jones. But if Jefferson's going to... God. Yeah, we are getting cooked. Let me know in the live chat right now if you have Aaron Jones. Touchdown, score. Oh, come on. Oh, give the shot to Jefferson. We don't need Jefferson to have any shot at a touchdown here. What was the flag? Did they pick it up? John says my opponent has Jefferson and Jones, so I'm like, you did good. I'm happy to hear that we are rooting for the same thing. Okay, good. Flag on the Vikings. Keep them away from the red zone. Dump off to Myles Gaskin. Name I have not heard in a while. You know what's so funny? It's Corey in the Flock League drafted Garrett Wilson over Justin Jefferson. I got to record something for that. Watching this game here and seeing Justin Jefferson do Justin Jefferson things and seeing the Jets play the way that the Jets are playing just makes me think it's so crazy that like Garrett Wilson was going right after Justin Jefferson in drafts, you know? Like, obviously nobody took Wilson ahead of Jefferson unless they were smoking crack. And honestly, I think we should probably implement some drug tests in this league just in case we see any type of behavior like that. Okay. We got to get that in for the Flock League. So Jones has a hip injury, and yes, he's on crack. Insane. Insane to think that somebody, aka Corey from Fantasy Stock Exchange, who talks endless trash about my team, is sitting with Garrett Wilson instead of Justin Jefferson right now. Amada says, I'm glad somebody took Wilson over A.J. Brown, so I didn't end up with him. Yeah, it is funny. Like, A.J. Brown's been missing weeks. You're like, oh, thank God I have A.J. Brown instead of Garrett Wilson. Which obviously should be the way that you view it. Obviously, we would way rather have A.J. Brown than Wilson at this point. QR says, is Jones going back in? I need a massive day from him. We don't know right now. I'm hoping he doesn't. I need him to have a tiny day. We get a batted pass from Jefferson. A flag comes in. Jefferson is pissed. Honestly, y'all can just pass interfere with Justin Jefferson every day of the week as long as he's not catching the ball. But Tyler says, I have Garrett Wilson as my wide receiver 3 in a 14-team league, and I feel robbed. I'm Garrett Wilson, wide receiver 3 in a 14-team league. We're probably chilling there. Let's see. Anything but Jefferson. I'm good with the rush. Slow the game down. Make this the Vikings' last drive. Addison TD would be phenomenal. Help my underdog teams. Make sure I'm not getting screwed in the Flock League. And real quick, I see that we have a couple more questions coming in over on flockfantasy.com, so let me definitely get to these. Vesper says, which one would you start at the flex? I would go Wan'Dale Robinson over Shaheed. Shaheed, I still believe, is the wide receiver 2 in this offense behind Olave. I understand that Shaheed had the target volume that looked very similar to Olave this past week. But if you look at the projections that you actually have with this Saints offense, versus what you have with the Giants. Sportsbooks are projecting them out very similar this week in a very tough spot for the Saints going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. You have an implied team total of 18.5 points for New Orleans, where you have an implied team total of 18 points for the Giants. So I'm going to go Wandale. I'm going to take the wide receiver that is, I'm going to see more targets. Now, Judson coming out says, should I drop Stevenson for another running back and pick up Gibson? I'm hurting for a second RB option this week. Who else could we drop? We almost had the interception for Gardner, but I mean, there was a flag anyway. I think, yeah, obviously I'd rather start Gibson over Ramondre this week. I still rank Ramondre over Gibson rest of season, thinking that there's a little more upside with Ramondre if he does take back the job. But if you were desperate to go through and start somebody there at running back too, like I would rather drop Ramondre. I would actually probably just drop Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen here, our wide receiver 7 on this team. I don't know how Keenan Allen really ever makes a difference with the squad. So I'd drop Keenan. I'd pick up Gibson to start him. Okay. Let's move this over and pick 6 time. We got Corey calling it. What happens here? Carey, we're chilling. As many rushing attempts as possible. Drain the clock. Slow the game down. Okay. Another flag here. Target to Jefferson. Sir Yeti. Jaden Daniels MVP season. Not going to lie. If you look at Jaden Daniels right now, yeah, sauce getting cooked. 3 flags. If you look at Jaden Daniels, if the MVP was given out today, maybe it would go to Darnold, but Daniels would be right up there. And like Jaden Daniels has been a top 3 player so far this season in terms of if you were voting for the MVP. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean it's going to happen going into the future. There we go. Touchdown to meaningless player. Exactly what we were looking for. No Aaron Jones, no Justin Jefferson. Put points on the board. CJ Ham. Saving us. Saving us, saving us, saving us. Let's get a little video going for the Flock League. Avery wants to deny my defense. Avery wants to deny the fact that we are the team of destiny. Well, my guy, CJ Ham, rushing touchdown. Aaron Jones on the sideline. Looks like our game plan this week. Oh, I spent all week prepping. I spent all week preparing. It's coming to fruition. And honestly, you should probably take a few notes. Yeah. Sorry, if y'all don't watch the Flock League, that's probably definitely really out of context, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's move this over. MDHD says Tracy or Ramondre. I would for sure prefer Tracy over Ramondre Stevenson at this point. I mean, if you're looking at what you have from Ramondre, he's the backup running back, one of the worst offenses in the NFL this week. Like, I have Ramondre Stevenson on my team. There's no way in hell that you can start him. Manuel says the Flock League should go to 2 episodes a week. The issue is, what else would y'all want to see for the Flock League? Because obviously we were making a video every time a trade happened in the league. But the issue is it kind of felt like it was repetitive where it'd be the same thing in every video. So I don't know how much longer we could do like the trade reaction videos. So if y'all watch the Flock League and y'all have any idea for videos, I don't know if like waivers are enough to talk about. I know it, like it's personally my favorite YouTube channel to watch. Obviously I don't watch my own because it's just me. I was there to record it. But since there's everybody else in it, like I legitimately have more fun watching the Flock League YouTube channel than any other one. So selfishly, I would like more videos just so I could watch more. But at the same time, I think it's just so good having like one super high quality video. The trade reactions were good. I just don't think we can do it like every time just because I think it would get repetitive. I don't have the link to the Flock League. Just look up the Flock League on YouTube if you want to see it. It'll pop up. Njoku should be playing today, and I think you can go ahead and start David Njoku if you wanted. 19 Big Black says Deontay or Wan'Dale full PPR format. Definitely going to go ahead and take Deontay Johnson. Wan'Dale Robinson obviously will have the target volume there as well in New York, but looking at sportsbook projections, you do currently have a higher projected offense in Carolina than you do in New York. And at the same time, if you're looking at what you have with Deontay Johnson, he had 13 targets and 14 targets over the past 2 weeks. So it's not like we can say, oh, okay, well, Wan'Dale Robinson's going to see a lot of targets now that Malik Neighbor's out. Deontay also has a ton of targets, right? So that doesn't really change much there. Okay. CJ says, why does Brees suck? The offensive line sucks. Rodgers looks like he sucks. I don't think Brees Hall woke up one day and forgot how to play football. I think Brees Hall's in a garbage offense. I tweeted it out, though, but I mean, it is crazy that Brees Hall was better with Zach Wilson than Aaron Rodgers. Insane. Okay. We were talking about this earlier, but Tim coming out says, put some respect on my Vikings, baby. Happy to see you, Tim. If you're still in Austin, we need to get you to another Flock meetup. And yeah, we were talking about this earlier, but the Vikings, at this point, they look like they are Super Bowl contenders. Like, Darnold looks legit. You're going to get Hawkinson added back in. Darnold looked legit before you even had Addison added into the offense. So, yeah, I mean, I will give... Google user says Justin Jefferson MVP. Feels like there's no receiver that's having that like Tyreek Hill season. Tyreek Hill, remember at the beginning of last year, was on course for 2,000 receiving yards. And I'm not saying counting stats are the only thing that matter for MVP, but obviously you kind of have to have the counting stats if you're going to win MVP. And Jefferson so far this year, 59, 133, 81, 85 receiving yards. Jefferson ain't winning MVP with this stat line. It ain't happening. Okay. Sarge says, y'all should do midweek updates for the Flock League every Thursday evening. You know what we can do? Maybe we can get in like a preview and look at like the league overview every week. I'll talk to the guys and yeah, maybe we can like do an overall league review. But let's see if the Jets can't put points up on the board with this drive, they're just done. Like this season's done. This feels massive. Massive, massive. Oh, Rodgers down. God dang. Why are there so many Vikings fans in the stands? Just brings literally everybody. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 blitzers. Now you're going to have the Vikings with the 2-minute drill. Gives Jefferson a time for some points. Dear God. Get a 2-minute drill situation. Well, what are we expecting minimum? Jefferson 8 points here. Minimum 8 points for Jefferson. Couldn't have picked up the first for us, Rodgers. How'd they get it down to the 2-minute warning? Yeah, bring Zach Wilson back. I'm feeling good right now. Aaron Jones out. As long as we hold, if we can hold Jefferson to 10 points this half. The sleeper win percentage has me up to 42%. I think we started the day at 39%. We're trending in the right direction. We are trending in the right direction. Yeah, wave the white flag and fly home. We don't need to play this game anymore. Let's pack it in. EC says, Hunt or Najee? You for sure have to go Najee Harris. Like, Najee Harris is a must-start running back for anybody watching this. Like, just going over and looking at the updated projections that you have on Underdog. This is crazy. There's no way that's still accurate, right? Do I need to refresh? Maybe we just had to refresh the page. I was going to say, Underdog is Rodgers for higher, lower, 222.5 pass. Can we go lower on Rodgers passing yards here to finish the game with 222.5? Is this a sucker play? Is this a sucker play here? Let me know. I never play around with Underdog picks in game. Does this look stupid to go 31% profit boost on this? Rodgers lower than 222.5 passing yards for the total game. He has 71 right now. Lower than Garrett Wilson, 55.5 receiving yards for the game. He has 20 right now. And higher than Justin Jefferson, 96.5. He has 61 at the moment. Here, this would be 25 to win 145. 147. Never mind. We are too slow. They're refreshing. Maybe they move them down. We'll save this right now. The entire reason I came over here was just to show you that you need to go ahead and you need to make sure that you are starting Najee Harris. Najee, you have no Warren. You have no Cordell Patterson. He projects to be a 3-down workhorse. I mean, right now you have him higher, lower, 89.5 total yards for this game against the Dallas Cowboys. Please make sure you have Najee Harris in your lineup if he's on your roster. And, of course, if you wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description. You can find it in the comment section, live chat. Code FLOCK will get you hooked up with a 50% deposit bonus. Plus, at the same time, code FLOCK will get you hooked up with that free Dak Prescott pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of it, you'll get a free team review through flockfantasy.com, which we're doing the live stream every single day. So make sure you take advantage of that with a link in the live chat. And we have a couple questions to get to on flockfantasy.com, but I actually kind of want to watch this 2-minute drill play out first, and we'll answer all the questions on the site during halftime of this. And then, of course, we'll answer some questions in the live chat as well. But this is a drive that probably doesn't matter from a real-life perspective, but I need no Jefferson points. I need no Jefferson points. Okay. Ty Chandler gets them to carry, just takes him out of dangerous range. So it looks like they're not really going to score. Looks like they are just trying to churn this down, which is perfect for us. This is funny. Someone needs to limit how many flags each referee has per game. Can you imagine this? Like every ref has 5 flags. They have to use them wisely. Imagine how the game would end up in the fourth quarter if there are only 2 flags left available. Just turn into a full-blown wrestling match out there every snap. Jack says NFL needs to fire every ref and just do a redo next year. The refs are always bad. Like in my mind, the refs aren't any worse in this game than they typically are. Obviously, we're streaming, so we're like halfway watching, halfway doing other stuff. But from what I've seen, obviously there have been a ton of flags, particularly on anybody covering Justin Jefferson. There we go. Incompletion to Jefferson. Exactly what we were wanting. Sauce Gardner over there yapping. There's nothing better than like obviously I've never been able to play football. I had brain surgery when I was little, so I couldn't do contact sports. I was a tennis guy, but anyway, in my mind, like, so maybe it's different when you're on the field, but you're down 17-0. You've been getting cooked literally all game. You maybe have 4 flags against you. You knock the ball away from Jefferson once, you start yapping. Just go, yeah, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Is that a delay game? Yeah. Bahud says, Sauce yapping away. LOL, bro turned around expecting a flag. 100%. Honestly, like if you're the Vikings here, right? You're not really expecting to need Aaron Jones in the second half. You're a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. So you're really rushing Aaron Jones back to play in the second half of this game. Now, of course, I'm going up against Aaron Jones, so I hope he doesn't play, but maybe I'm a little bit biased. But my thought process is there's no reason to rush him back. Why would you? There we go. Let's get the Jets back with the ball. Perfect. No points for the Vikings here. Evan Ingram is out this game. You will have no Ingram. Okay. Leo says trade Garrett Wilson. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our league mates. You're going to type in the chat, hey guys, Garrett Wilson on the trade block. Just no reason in particular. I'm a friendly guy. I want to make sure that I can help y'all out and we can find a win-win deal. And you know what's going to happen? You are immediately going to have everybody in your league blowing up your phone. They're all going to go, oh my gosh, I want to trade for Garrett Wilson. I can't wait to get Garrett Wilson from you. Here's an offer for Garrett Wilson. Here's a Garrett Wilson. Do you think that's going to happen? No. Here's what's going to happen. You go put Garrett Wilson on the trade block. Your league mates probably send a laughing emoji. Maybe you get made fun of a little bit. There's no way in hell you could sell Garrett Wilson for anything. If we had a time machine to go back to before week 1 and sell Garrett Wilson then, which I wish I was smart enough to have told you to do. I'm sorry I wasn't. We had Garrett Wilson ranked pretty much about the same range everybody else did. It's not like I was any lower on Wilson than anybody else. I mean, I was fine. I thought the offense was going to be a lot more efficient. Hell, I mean, I had Breece Hall coming into the season as RB2. I had him ahead of Bijan. I thought I was cooking there. But obviously, at this point, it's just too late. It's too late. Wilson, nice little dance move. that was pretty funny. The Rodgers and the Jets actually driving. Thank God I did not go with the lower Rodgers and Wilson receiving yards pairing. That would have ruined very poorly. We got Cryptic saying Breece TD coming. Yeah. Now maybe after that reception you can sell Garrett Wilson. Maybe. Oh, that almost got picked. Throw behind Lazard, gets popped up in the air for a bit. So the thing with Aaron Rodgers, like bringing all his buddies with him to the Jets, is you can get away with that kind of behavior if you are playing as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. It's almost funny and it's almost like cool in a way that if you're like if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're the best quarterback in the NFL, you come over, you go, hey, I'm going to bring all my guys. I'm bringing Allen Lazard. I'm bringing washed up Randall Cobb. Yes, I understand that nobody in the NFL wants these players. Yes, I understand, blah, blah, blah. But I need you to pay my buddy Allen Lazard, give him his bag because he's coming with me. It's like LeBron and the Heat. Yeah, if you want to bring your buddies and you want to make the team pay them, if you're one of the best players in the league, you get away with it. But if you're Rodgers and you're like holding the Jets hostage and saying like, oh no, I'm building out the wide receiver room. I want Allen Lazard. Obviously last year I want Randall Cobb. And then you come out and do this, it just makes it look 10 times worse. And as we say that, Allen Lazard touchdown. Allen Lazard TD, perfect timing. Allen Lazard, what are the fantasy points that you have so far this season? Lazard versus Garrett Wilson. Dear God, Lazard may be the wide receiver one here. Let's go Jets. Lazard game log. Allen Lazard coming into this week, 16 receptions, 200 receiving yards, 3 receiving touchdowns. So Allen Lazard this season, 20 plus 16 plus 18. And then today, what do we have with Allen Lazard? NFL scores. Allen Lazard, now you have the... Oh, is that really it? That's all you had today? I mean, he's been targeted a bunch, but 14 receiving yards, reception, and receiving touchdown. You have 62 points so far this season from Allen Lazard. 62 PPR points for Lazard this year. And let's figure out what you have with Garrett Wilson. So Garrett Wilson this year. We are sitting with 191 receiving yards. 45.1 points coming into this game. And 8 points in this. So far this year, you have 62.4 points for Allen Lazard. Garrett Wilson, we're at 53.1. Dear God. And now are we actually going to get some Jefferson points? For the love of God, no. For the love of God, no. Tree J says, it's not even about Hall or Wilson being bad. It's more about the coaching staff being smooth-brained. This just gave me like a really funny core memory that I have. There used to be one of my friends that I would ride the bus with. I know nobody cares about this, but it's funny to me. There used to be like we had a group of friends that we would all ride the middle school bus together. And we were all really nerdy, of course. Everybody can tell here. A big surprise. Your boy talking about fantasy football for 12 hours a day was super nerdy. And of course, all my friends were as well. But I remember like we were arguing and we just dumb middle school things like saying like, oh, so-and-so is a peanut brain, crap like that. You're 12 years old. And then like one of my nerdy friends goes like, well, actually, it's not the size of the brain that matters for intelligence. It's the amount of wrinkles in the brain. So I remember I thought it was the funniest thing in the world that I go, Hunter has a peanut smooth brain. Just calling someone smooth brain. It was my first time ever hearing like smooth brain as an insult. It's really funny. But yeah, I mean, the coaching staff looks horrendous. This coaching staff in New York looks like it may be a serious problem where previously you were able to just go through and you were able to just pin absolutely everything on Zach Wilson. And Bahood says, why are the Vikings doing this to themselves? Should have just ran into the half. I mean, obviously at this point, they definitely should have. But let's move this over. Derek says, what mic do you use? The Shure mic is what literally every single person on the planet pretty much uses that does YouTube or anything. Unless you're like a super professional podcaster, then maybe you have a different one. But I mean, even I think Rogan uses this. Belichick to the Jets. Would be nice. The thing is, with the Jets, what the hell are you doing next year? If you're the Jets, can you really roll out Rodgers again? I mean, if you're not winning with Rodgers this year, how old is Rodgers right now? 42? I'm sorry, he's going to be 41 in December. So effectively, this is Rodgers' 41-year-old season. If you're not winning with Rodgers when he's 41, you winning with Rodgers when he's 42? Even if you change the coaching staff up? Clarkus says expectations for Kareem Hunt tomorrow night. I mean, it's good to know that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is probably not going to play this game, so you really only have to worry about Steele and Pirine. I think Hunt is the lead running back in a three-man running back by committee. It's very difficult to know what the usage is going to be this week. I definitely think you have upside here with Kareem Hunt for sure. Charles says, start one. Are you going to go Worthy, Coleman, Ford, or Kareem Hunt? Like, I would rather have Jerome Ford over Kareem Hunt, probably. At least if we knew that you were going to have Clyde Edwards-Helaire good to go. Because you insert in CEH, all of a sudden it's just another wrinkle into this backfield. Looking at my rankings this week, I had these two guys pretty much neck and neck. I have Jerome Ford at RB 20. Actually, I'm sorry. Those are the expert rankings. Let's add mine. I have Ford at RB 19, and I have Kareem Hunt at 20. I have these guys back to back. I probably go Ford, but I do think it's pretty damn close. But we are going to go Ayuk over Wan'Dale Robinson, even if Ayuk has been just absolutely booty cheeks. But let's move this over. I know we have some questions that we need to get to on the site real quick. Then we'll get back to the questions in the chat. But again, of course, if you ever want to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the little expert advice button in the top right corner. Here you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted a team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it. And what I would recommend above all else is going and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You could go take Breece Hall to have more than 50 total yards in this game if you're very interested. And also, you'll get a Dak Prescott free pick more than less than half a total yard if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we're able to go through and credit the right person with a free team review voucher. But Christopher says, Brian Robinson updates. ESPN said he was good to go, but no more since. I mean, if we hear Brian Robinson's good to go, do we need to hear again? Hey, guys, just let you know again, Brian Robinson's good to go. If he's good to go, he's good to go. Okay. Corey says, hey, when will I receive my free team review voucher? I set up Flock and an Underdog account last night. Thank you. Same email on both. So if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy yesterday, Underdog's going to get me your email address. They probably already got it to me this morning. I'm going to send it over to the developers as soon as we end this live stream. And then you should get your free team review voucher today. So essentially just Underdog every morning sends me the list of email addresses for everybody who signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK. I send those emails over to the developers and they hook up anybody who has an account with one of those emails with that free team review voucher. So it'll be the next day, my guy. But let's move this over for Amit. This is a trade question we have coming over on the site. Says if he doesn't agree for JT, he might for Con. Is that Connor? Is it worth it? Would you rather have JT or Con, Peep team? Who the hell's Con? I guess if you have your team linked, we can go ahead and we can look down here. Yeah, James Conner. I'd way rather have Jonathan Taylor over James Conner. I would honestly do it for either player, but I prefer Jonathan Taylor. Especially with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. It's not like we need the depth here. I would want to go ahead. I would want to upgrade if we can. Now, going over and let's answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat real quick. Then, of course, we can get some more that we have on the site. But if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. And also, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. I mean, we are live streaming 5 hours every single day, answering as many fantasy football questions as we possibly can. As Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it for us today. Champ says Braylon Allen ain't win anybody any leagues. I mean, what we have had with the Braylon Allen stance is Braylon Allen is a desperation play in your flex spot with a healthy Breece Hall if you really, really needed someone. But the main thing is, if you were to have that injury to Breece Hall, I do believe that Braylon Allen can be a running back 1 in fantasy based off his usage as a receiver, based off the efficiency that we've seen as a rusher. Now, obviously, the concern that you would have surrounding Braylon Allen is this Jets offense just being garbage. And if the Jets offense can't pick up first downs, can't have trips to the red zone, then, of course, you are going to be a little bit capped here with the upside that you have. But I don't know. I still think Braylon Allen has the upside to make a difference, but clearly you need a Breece Hall injury. You needed a Breece Hall injury before. You still need one. That's never changed. Now, Colin says Trey Sermon or Jalen Waddle. You can't start Jalen Waddle. Like you for sure go Trey Sermon here. Look at the underdog picks that you have for these guys right now. You're currently looking at Sermon with a higher lower of 61.5 total yards. You have Jalen Waddle with a higher lower 34.5 receiving yards. I actually did take a higher on the Waddle side earlier in the stream. One thing that we can look to do as well is you're getting so much juice on this with Waddle. Let's go Waddle to have a touchdown. To go with Huntley with 165.5 passing yards. And Brissett to have 165.5 passing yards. Just for this game to be reasonable here. And if we apply our 31% profit boost token, which everybody should have right now, that's $25 to win $400. What do y'all think of the odds on that? Do you think we are getting good enough value there? Tyler Huntley to have 165.5 passing yards. Brissett to have 165 passing yards. Waddle to have a touchdown. $25 to win 400. Yes or no? We got one vote saying impossible. Definitely unlikely. I'll say that. Okay, we got a bunch of people shooting us down on it. I thought 25 to win 400 maybe would be decent. But okay, we'll ignore it. Okay. Frankie says, Gibson fumbles more than Ramadre. Trust and believe. So I will say that when it comes to the New England backs, if you are starting somebody this week, you have to start Gibson. You can't hear the coaching staff come out and say, yeah, Antonio Gibson's starting. We're going to bench Ramadre. And then go, okay, well, they're lined us. Let's play Ramadre. No. I think you play Gibson if you have both of them and you need to play one. The reality is, I think both running backs are probably going to eat into each other a bit. I'm probably not super excited about either player this week. It's a bad offense where it's a running back by committee with two backs that aren't particularly studs at the position. So I have Ramadre. I'm benching him. If I had Gibson, I'd bench him. They're both definitely worth roster spots. Like, you have to have them rostered if they're sitting out there on the waiver wire because there's a wide range of outcomes in what could happen this week. But yeah, bench both, but roster them if they're on your team. Just see what happens next week. Nito says, is Sermon a workhorse or are they doing a committee? So obviously I can't say anything with certainty, but this coaching staff has come out and they've said it's going to be a running back by committee. And that's what signs are pointing to at the moment. So for sure, like, Sermon's not a Jordan Mason type play. Like, he doesn't come in and it doesn't immediately replace Jonathan Taylor. It's not like you can rank him where you would have ranked Taylor. But it's definitely a spot where you could go through and you can say, oh, okay, well, if I'm desperate for a low-end RB2, Sermon is a viable play. But let's move this over. D-Tubs, welcome to being a member of the flock. PT says, should I start Flacco or Mahomes? Flacco's not an interesting start in fantasy. Right now, you have an implied team total of 21, I believe, 0.25 points here for this Colts offense. You have an implied team total of 24 points for the Chiefs. So sportsbooks are saying the Chiefs are going to put more points on the board. If you look historically, Mahomes is a quarterback that you can expect to have more rushing volume than what you are going to get with Flacco. So I think it does make a lot of sense to just pencil in Patrick Mahomes over Flacco. The exciting part about Flacco is not Flacco himself to start in fantasy. The exciting thing about Flacco, of course, is your ability to go through and start the other guys, to start Pittman, to start Downs. But you're not wanting to start Flacco. You'd be lucky to get 3 rushing yards from. But I think we have a few more questions coming in with the site. So let's pivot back over there and answer those. And then we'll get back to the questions in the chat. Like I said, we want Taylor. And honestly, I do James Conner as well over Braylon Allen and JSN. Coming over to no one. Here we have 2 receivers and we need 3 flexes. So Zach Moss, JSN, Josh Downs will be our 3 players. I will rank Shaheed behind all these options. Now, Shaheed and Downs are very, very close. We can go ahead and we can check in on the weather that you have in Jacksonville to figure out if you maybe wanted to pivot over to Shaheed. My thought process is at the moment that Shaheed, you're in an offense with an implied team total of 18.5 points. And while Shaheed looked great last week with the usage that he had, Shaheed last week had the most targets, most receptions of his entire NFL career. It was great. If you take a step backwards and you look at the Rashid Shaheed game logs for years now, 4 targets, 5 targets, 3 targets, 6 targets, 4 targets, 5 targets, 7 targets, 2 targets. He is somebody that's hovering right around 4, 5, 6 targets a game. Obviously, this past week when you were at 11 or 12, it looks great, but historically, that is a massive, massive outlier in comparison to what we've come to expect. You're banking on the long, big play touchdown for Shaheed, and I don't know if that's something that we can guarantee is going to happen here in a tough matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, going over to Hars Mason, 1, 2, 3. This is Chuba Jamar Chase versus DJ Moore, Puka Nacua, Jamison Williams, and J.K. Dobbins. So Chuba versus Dobbins, give me Dobbins, but Jamison versus DJ Moore, Puka, This is Jamar Chase here. You're trading Jamar Chase for, you're trading $1 for 4 quarters. Like, you also have to consider the players that you would have to drop on your team. So, like, if you think about this, the guys that you would have to drop, Michael Wilson, Yoshi Vosh, and it's going to really limit the amount of moves that you can make on the waiver wire after that. So I understand looking at the squad here, it's a team that you need a little bit of depth. But if you were going to go through and if you were going to make a deal like this, I think you need to at least keep Hubbard and have them keep, or maybe instead of getting Jameson, we just get a more appealing wide receiver. Like, if you could flip Jameson and Adams, it'd be a no-brainer. If you could flip Dobbins and Jacobs, it'd be a no-brainer. I think those would be the other deals we're looking at. Now, Aster Fantasy Master says, stuck on Dowdle versus Sermon in a full PPR format. Appreciate it as always. P.S. Is Mooney a sell-high candidate? If you could use Mooney in a 2-for-1 deal to pivot over from like a mid wide receiver 2 to one of those elite receivers, 100% I think you can do it. I think Mooney is every week into the future a flex consideration as somebody that is not an auto start for you, but dependent on matchup could always be a play, especially as we go through the bye weeks and deal with injuries. And then looking at what we have with the combo of Trey Sermon and Rico Dowdle, they are extremely close for me. Like, going through and looking at this, I currently have Dowdle at RB22. Is probably exactly where I'd put Sermon as well. Look at the underdog picks that you have. Dowdle, you're currently higher, lower, 60.5 total yards. Sermon, you're currently higher, lower, 61.5 total yards. They're giving Sermon more likely case for the touchdown here. I'm assuming we have Flacco. If you have Flacco, you probably go Trey Sermon. If Anthony Richardson is a surprise start, then instead we go with Dowdle, as we can expect Sermon to have fewer targets out of the backfield if AR is under center, and maybe get vultured at the touchdown. Vultured at the goal line as well. But looking at this, game's back on. Obviously, we'll be talking about what's happening with the game here. That was Chandler, right, catching the ball. So Aaron Jones is not back in. Has Aaron Jones been ruled out? Has Aaron Jones been ruled out? Yeah, Aaron Jones just got ruled out. Perfect. Obviously, I'm not rooting for a player's injury at any point, but I'm going up against Aaron Jones. So if he wants to sit out the second half in a game that the Vikings are easily going to win, you do you, my guy. Get healthy. Get healthy, Jones. Yeah, but so we want this to be a big Ty Chandler game. Darnold freaking mobile. Darnold cooking. Yes, good defense. I'm tired of the disrespect that I have in the Flock League. I'm 3-1 because my defense is nuts. I consistently go up against some of the top teams in the league, hold them to their lowest points of the season. And what do I get? I get ridiculed for it. I don't get the credit for, oh my gosh, Mason, you did cook up a good game plan there. Oh my gosh, Mason, you did really limit Aaron Jones to 6.3 fantasy points this week. No, instead we get, oh, you get lucky, blah, blah, blah. But slowly but surely, these fools are going to realize that your boy, his team name is Mason's Legion of Doom. A little combo of the Seattle Seahawks Legion of Boom and the Costco guys. We're real. We're here. Kiss the Ring says, is it rating bad in Jacksonville? I'm going to start Thomas today. We can go ahead and we can pull up the weather that we have for Jacksonville right now. Obviously, a lot of people have been concerned about this. Let's go over to Jacksonville weather. Right now, it looks like it's rainy, not windy, which is a big thing to be on the lookout for. Yeah, only 6 miles per hour wind. I'll see if we can get a more exact statement. Yeah, I don't think I'm super concerned. Like, I would go Lawrence over Carr and Nix, even with the weather. Jeff, thank you for the donut, my guy. Willie says 100% rain, but for how long? So keep in mind, I've not done this research myself, but what I've read from fantasy football articles over the years that have done the research surrounding how weather impacts fantasy football points in the games that are played. High wind will have a massive impact. Extreme weather conditions, such as pouring rain, a blizzard, will have an impact. But specifically, if you're looking at light rain with not much wind, there's not much of a difference in the fantasy football output that you can expect weekly. So honestly, I think you can go ahead. I think you can start your Jags. Yeah. I mean, as long as we don't have like serious wind here. But I mean, going back over to what we were talking about, like sportsbooks know all this, right? Like, and you'll see if the weather's going to be a massive concern. They'll go through and they'll move the over-under down in the game. And right now you have an implied team total of 24.5 points for this Jags offense. They're currently projected out. I mean, I can show you all this right here. They're currently projected out by sportsbooks this week to be the 5th highest scoring offense in the NFL, tied with the Chiefs and Texans. So this tells me, now of course I'm no weather expert, but over under this game, 45.5 points. The weather's not going to be a massive factor. Ooh, Breece Hall gets you a cool 0.2 fantasy points, just in case anybody here was stressing about Breece Hall. You're good. You're good. Okay. Bears fan says Shahid and Amari for A.J. Brown has had a good trade in a 14-team league, full PPR. So definitely less excited about giving up the depth in a 14-team league. In a 14-team league, like, you actually, dear God, the Vikings are just destroying the Jets. This is just a coaching staff thing at this point. The biggest hole ever, allowing Breece to get tackled 4 yards in the backfield the second that he touches the ball. That is a crazy stat. Aaron Rodgers is 30,000 passing yards behind Tom Brady. All time. Aaron Rodgers is 30,000 passing yards behind Brady. Nobody will ever touch Brady. I'm sorry. Like, you can make an argument talent-wise, but in terms of accolades and accomplishments, 30,000 passing yards ahead of Aaron Rodgers. Oh, Rodgers is pissed. And at the same time, all the Super Bowls go with it. I'm not saying Rodgers was ever as good as Brady by any means. I'm just saying the gap of 30,000 passing yards between the two is insane. But yeah, this is a gross team. But anyway, going back to that 14-team league, yeah, you still trade for A.J. Brown. He's definitely better in a 14-team format, of course. Or I think he could be a viable flex play for you pretty much every week. But if you can get to a player like A.J. Brown by using him, it's a no-brainer. Okay. Okay, get a touchback here. This is interesting spot. Interesting spot. How many points does the Vikings defense have this week? How many points does the Vikings defense have on the season? Dear God. $18, $19, $17. Let me see in the Flock League who has this defense. League. Maybe it's Zach. Zach's sitting with 20 points. No, he has the Jets defense. Austin has the Vikings defense. 15 points so far. Austin's had a total of 41 points from his kicker and defense. He had the Bucks kicker, Vikings defense. Vikings defense, 2 interceptions, a sack, a touchdown. I honestly thought that the Vikings defense had more sacks than that so far. Okay. Dylan says Brian Robinson or Austin Eckler. I think they'll be closer this week, given the injury that you had with Brian Robinson. But I'm for sure starting Eckler. I'm for sure starting Robinson ahead of Eckler. I'm starting Eckler in the Flock League, but it's not like I'm super, super excited about it. Yeah. Sal will officially quit. No, he's not playing Sal. Sal is going up against Badaki. And they had a massive game on Thursday where Sal had London, Badaki had Mooney. So good offensive performance. Obviously, their defense needs to be worked on a bit. Okay. Let's move this over. De Niro says, sit 2 running backs between Chase, Moss, Stevenson, and Dowdle. I'm going to be going with Stevenson, and then your call between Chase, Moss, Dowdle. But you for sure have to bench Ramondre there. Okay, Vikings back with the ball. What are we doing here? Close says, I woke up to Aaron Jones being injured. Jordan Addison reception, finally. Thank God. Is that Jordan Addison's first grab? Yeah, Jordan Addison's first grab there. 5-yard reception. Oh, thank you, Addison, for helping out the underdog teams. Really needed that 5-yard reception. Saves us. Anything but Jefferson. Addison, there we go. Yeah, let's go. Cook it up, Addison. Cook it up, Jordan Addison. Beautiful. Sauce Gardner injured. The Jets are Dunskies. So this is just like a quick side note. And this is like maybe dumb for me to talk about, but for me, when I have a bad fantasy football call and I have to go on like the live stream and smell the roses, hear the music, whatever the sings is, whenever I have to eat crow for having a bad prediction on YouTube, I feel like it's tough. I can't imagine like being Robert Saleh or being Aaron Rodgers And like doing this on national television, like and having to go like when you go home to your, I don't think Rogers is married, but I'm sure Salah is. You go home to your wife and it's just like you just got a beat down in front of the entire world. Like my little ego getting hurt when I have a bad fantasy football call and have to talk to 1,000 people and go, I'm sorry, I suck. Versus what they have to deal with, I can't even imagine. Yeah, rip the Jets. Rip the Jets. But T. Tom says, bench Ayuk for literally, no, you start Ayuk. I hate to say it, but Ayuk, continue to stand by. You have to start him. This will be one of those things that I have to come on the live stream later. I have to make a video later tonight going, oh my God, I'm sorry for everybody I told to start Brandon Ayuk. But sportsbooks have the Niners, the highest scoring offense in the NFL. Right now, Ayuk is at higher lower 62.5 receiving yards. Higher lower 62.5 yards. Like if you compare this to other receivers, Marvin Harrison's higher lower 57.5. Like, for the love of God, please start Brandon Ayuk if you have him. If you wanted to go over to Underdog and you wanted to say, hell, Ayuk's not going to hit that. Ayuk so far this season, over the past 3 weeks, 48, 48, 43. If you want to go lower, you do you. Obviously, you can find that link in the description. You can find that link in the live chat if you are interested. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard, and a free team review in the live streams that we're doing every single day. But yeah, I mean, you have to start Brandon Ayuk if you have him. So Darnold sack, the Jets defense showing some life here. God, I want to win this week more than, I'm not going to lie, I've wanted to win every week in the Flock League so damn bad. But if I win this week and move to 4-1, it will be beautiful. Ooh, I need to get I need to help out one of the devs and tell them to get an out player in their starting lineup. Punt for the Vikings. Jets going to get another shot at it. But, I mean, the time is draining in this game. So, if you have any players here, you are in not a great spot. Now, looking at this, we have pick 2, Tyreek, McLaurin, Pickens. I would go with Tyreek and McLaurin, but I know most people would want Pickens over Tyreek. Dookie says, Madison or Zach Moss in a full PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Zach Moss just with him being in a better offense. I wouldn't fault you at all, though, if you did want to go with Madison. Okay. Now, looking at this, Harrison or Terry McLaurin, you go with Harrison. It is a really, really tough matchup that you have against the Niners. Like, I'm not excited about it, but I think you have to. Let's see. Moss or Terry in a non-PPR format is very easily Zach Moss. Non-PPR, we are just chasing touchdown upside. I think you have a lot of touchdown upside for the starting running back and what should be one of the best offenses in the league this week. Paid Actor says, has there been any news on the Pacheco return recently? I have not seen any, to be honest with you. But let's move this over real quick and let's see if we have any more questions coming through the site. We have this question coming out from Yakub says, do we start Achane or Kirk at the flex? Ooh, I apologize. Apparently I don't know how to stream. Achane or Kirk at the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Achane over him. Christian Kirk, definitely a little more appealing now that you have, dear God, I just spilled water everywhere. Now that you have no Evan Ingram, I think you have a safer target share over the middle for honestly kind of both receivers in this offense, but still Achane, you should have the reception volume, and it's kind of a safe spot in terms of the matchup. And that if you look at Devon Achane, you have a running back that finally has a chance to be in the lead in the second half going up against the New England Patriots. So please play Achane over him. Tyler Conklin, -1 receiving yards. That's great. But Bo coming out with the start set. It says Jordan Love, Sam Laporta, Jamison Williams versus Rome Odunze, Patrick Mahomes, Jake Ferguson. So Love versus Mahomes rest of season, really close up to you. Laporta versus Ferguson rest of season, very close up to you. Jamison versus Rome rest of season, very close up to you. So I hate to say this, but looking at this trade, I do think this comes down to your personal preference. I would rather have Jordan Love definitely in the short term over Patrick Mahomes. So maybe you go with the Love side, but it is really, really close up to you. Okay. And we probably do need to move Jordan Love up our rest of season rankings on the site. Like, let's go over the head and let's do that now. Because, I mean, if you look at all projections right now, you do have the Packers offense projecting out to be much higher scoring than what you have. I don't want week 5, I want rest of season. Than what you have with the Chiefs for the foreseeable future. We move Mahomes behind Burrow, and I probably move Love over both Mahomes and Dak. Okay. Rodgers slings it to God knows who. Somebody was laying out there on the field. It was Garrett Wilson. Brian Robinson is playing. Ricky Duke says Braylon Allen's starting. I don't know what you mean by that. I haven't seen any of the snap data that's been in this game. And go ahead and I can see what the touch breakdown has been between Brees and Allen. Okay, real quick, actives, inactives are out. Evan Ingram is inactive week 5. Rodgers stays alive. Rodgers almost throws another pick. Dear God. But Evan Ingram's inactive. Skylar Thompson is inactive. Anthony Richardson inactive. David Njoku is active. Damian Pierce is inactive. I think that's all we have for now. If you have any more questions, you can drop them in the chat. But let's look at this breakdown between the Jets' backs. Brees Hall, 6 carries for 7 rushing yards. Braylon Allen, 3 carries for 3 rushing yards. Brees has the reception where Allen doesn't. So Brees is still seeing more touches, but it just simply doesn't matter. Rodgers is down. The Jets are done. If I was Aaron Rodgers, I would have faked this injury 2 quarters ago. Yeah, the man's just been getting brutalized all day. Oh my gosh, she's screaming in pain. Is this the last game of Aaron Rodgers' career? Never mind. He's walking off. It looked a lot better. He's walking. We're over here calling for him to retire. And the man's walking off the field. Ignore me. Obviously. I don't know anything. And yes, the Perk Rodgers cut-ups are really funny. I'll tweet that out. Okay, let's move this over. Ramondre or Eckler? I'd rather have Eckler over Ramondre. I think Eckler's in a better offense. I think it's hard to figure out who would have more touches between the two guys, but I'd be confident that Eckler maybe has a little more work as a receiver. Okay. Now Rodgers is he just going back out there? Rodgers is going back out. He really ran in there, grabbed the perk, ran back out on the field. The Jets get a second life here. Oh, Brees Hall, big carry. Biggest carry of the game for Brees. 10 rushing yards. Finally, something. Dear God. Oh, yeah. This is. The thing is, it just looks like the Vikings. Obviously, I can't sit here and pretend like I know exactly what's going on. But the Vikings obviously are getting just everything in the trenches. I don't know if they just have a significantly better defensive line than the Jets have offensive line. But honestly, in my mind, it seems like a lot of this is coaching, where a lot of these hits that you are getting on Brees Hall, a lot of these hits that you are getting on Aaron Rodgers, these guys are going unblocked. Obviously, the offensive line for the Jets does not look good. But it doesn't seem like they're getting beat consistently, and that's what's happening. It looks like they're just getting free guys through the line of scrimmage. Get Garrett Wilson catching it short of the sticks, somehow picking it up anyway. This does look like a packed game. I feel like we're seeing less of the crowd in this London game than they've shown in the past. We're seeing more of the game. I feel like in the international games in the past, they're just showing the people in the crowd with random jerseys constantly. Okay. Solomon says, how many yards does Wilson have? Wilson has a considerable amount of targets, but the yards, not so much. Right now, you have 51 receiving yards for Garrett Wilson off of 12 targets. And Garrett Wilson was 7th in the NFL in targets coming into this game. So honestly, if Wilson ends up with like 15 targets this week or 16 targets this week, Garrett Wilson may be top 5 in the NFL in targets at the wide receiver position. But the efficiency is just not there. Now, let's move this over and see if we have any more questions on the site to get through real quick. And of course, if you wanted to get any fantasy football questions, I guarantee to answer, you can always go to flockfantasy.com. Just go hit the button in the top right corner. Top right corner is expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, starts a question, whatever you're wanting. If you want that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it and what I would recommend, especially since you can take advantage of some of these today, is you can go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. I really do like the Ayuk for fewer than 61.5 receiving yards, but you have to start them. And you can check out all these pick'ems that they have every single week over there on Underdog. Plus, you'll get a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard with code FLOCK, and a free team review in the live stream for what we're doing every single day. Looks like we don't have team reviews to look at right now, but instead we do have some start sits. Prime time, we are going to, I don't know what we're doing at wide receiver here. We don't have any options to choose from. So I guess we maybe have to put Antonio Gibson in here to this flex spot so we can put Brian Thomas in at wide receiver. So yeah, I guess you go Gibson in the flex so you can move Thomas to the wide receiver position. Obviously, Ray McLeod's already played. And then you could pivot to Tucker Kraft if you really didn't like the matchup here for McBride as well. Now, M. Zungu coming out. I'm assuming you're just asking between one of the receivers and Tank Dell and Rome Odunze. If you wanted to ask this in the future, all you have to do is leave one empty wide receiver slot and then put some players underneath that you'd be considering, and we can answer it for you. But I would go ahead and I would take Tank Dell over Rome. I'm looking at both receivers as guys that are kind of in 3-man platoons, whereas Dell's going to be in an offense that has more passing volume. Now, Ginger Baby coming out. Here at tight end, you're going to go through, you're going to play Tucker Kraft. Actually, I'm sorry, you're going to go Bowers. We go Bowers, even if Bowers was extremely disappointing last week. Going over to running back, I go Tracy over Cam Akers this week. I think Tracy has a little more usage as a receiver. And then for the flex, we can consider Akers, Waddle, Kmet. Outside of that, nobody does look really appealing. Obviously, some of these names like Ridley, Dobbins, Gibbs are all on bye. Rice is out. So I will go ahead and I'll take Cam Akers. I'm not super excited about playing Akers. Does appear to be in a 3-man running back by committee, but it is what it is. Okay. Oh, nice throw and grab by Rodgers and Wilson. This game's not done yet. It looks like the Jets may be coming back here. Paydac just says Jets win would be crazy. Jets win would be nuts. I actually kind of hope we don't get a Brees TD. Danny has Brees in the Flock League. It would be great if he lost this week. Okay, I think Wilson is up to what, 14 targets at this point? We'll see. Yeah, this would be an all-time Rodgers game if he is able to come back. Not an all-time. That's a dumb thing to say. This would be one of the best games of the year if Rodgers is able to actually take this back. Look, I'm over here claiming that he's done. This is his last game ever after we see that injury. The Jets have not shown any signs of life. And now they're coming down, threatening to score a touchdown. $14 targets and 8 receptions for Garrett Wilson. Can Rodgers do it? Oh, that would have been insane. Tight coverage. Gives the receiver a shot. Doesn't connect, though. Like, that would have been an incredible touchdown. That would have been incredible. Julian says Mason's game's behind. Maybe it could be that I'm just streaming to y'all and there's a little bit of lag on that, but still. Squeaky wheels getting oiled. Yeah, it's funny that Garrett Wilson was the squeaky wheel coming into the game with the 7th most targets in the NFL. Like, let's look up 2024 NFL target leaders. Never seen this site before. eDraft. What is this? But the target leaders, if you're looking at per game, you have Cup, but he's only played 2 games. AJ Brown, but he's only played 1 game. Kind of ignore them. You have Neighbors, Collins, Deontay, Wandale. Let's just look at. Can we look at a total? No. Wilson coming in. Are they skewing his average because they're giving him 0 for this week? No, 8.5. After this game, Wilson probably jumps up to being the 3rd most targeted receiver per game. That's including Cup with only 2 games. I'm not illegally streaming. I will say I am terrified to get like a computer virus. So I never illegally stream anything. I'm streaming from Hulu. I got Hulu Live TV. We're stealing from the parents. August says, should I play Ford or Achane this week? I would go Devon Achane over Jerome Ford. I'm with Achane. It's a decent environment in that you could potentially see the Dolphins actually stay in the game. Could be a game that they are actually looking to run the ball in the second half, which would obviously be great. Somebody says, LOL, this dude said computer virus. Is that not one of... Are y'all not worried about getting a virus? Are you kidding me? I distinctly remember whenever I was growing up, we had like one computer in the house and I'd play like computer games on it. I was like 10 years old and I didn't understand, like you shouldn't click like the side things, you know, like you shouldn't click the ads. So I remember just like clicking on every single ad possible. And just because I've never been on a computer before, you know? So just giving the computer as many viruses as you possibly could load on. Yeah, Sachi says, Brees, 4.6 points. What the flip, man? I mean, honestly, you're a little lucky to have the Brees 4.6 points, to be honest. Like before this past drive, it was even worse. Before this past drive, it was worse. Moving this over, DeGoat says, do we play Brian Robinson Jr.? I would definitely have lowered expectations just given the game environment and the fact that he may be a little bit limited. Somebody says Downs or Ayuk. I'm going to go Ayuk. I don't think it's close either. Wicks, Pickens, or Downs this week. We're going to go ahead. We will take Wicks. Yoda says, do you feel good about Terry for the rest of the season? Yes. I think with Terry, as long as you have reasonable expectations and understand that he is maybe not a true wide receiver one, but instead he is more so flex consideration every week, then yes, I feel good about Terry. If you think Terry McLaurin's a locked and loaded starter every single week for your team, where you're throwing him in at wide receiver one, maybe I'm a little bit less excited. Okay, look at this. Brian Robinson versus Tracy. I'd go Brian Robinson. I think he's going to be in a much better offense. I think he's a better back as well. But let's move this over and see if we have any more questions to get to with flockfantasy.com. Of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com and get it there. Looks like we do have a couple more questions to get through. Tracy, and then down here we are Acres. This next question that we are going to have is for CM98. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. Who are we starting for the... Okay, so going into the future, my guy, if you wanted to like go through and figure out, like ask a start sit question. If you need like one tight end, you put one empty tight end slot, and then you put the three tight ends that you're considering underneath. So you're like one empty tight end, and then you'd put Laporta, Goddard, and Kraft. Obviously, we're starting Kraft here at tight ends. Same thing at wide receiver. If you need to start two receivers, we go Harrison and Reed. Running back, assuming you already started Brees, we go Achane, we go Allen over Purdy. And then for the flex between Leggett, Keon, Ford, and Charbonnet, we go with Jerome Ford, and we just take the guaranteed touches in this offense. Now, primetime KG coming out. Please, no Jefferson, no Jefferson, no Jefferson, no Jefferson, no Jefferson. There we go. There we go. No Jefferson. But primetime KG, always happy to see it, my guy. I think maybe we looked at this earlier in terms of what we are going to change. Oh, okay, never mind. We have Godwin, Higgins, Addison, and then here down for the flex spots, we are choosing between Brian Thomas, Chase Brown, and then maybe getting Antonio Gibson in. Even if Gibson's starting, I'd way rather have Chase Brown over him. I think that there's a chance you see a similar amount of touches for both players. I think that Chase Brown's a better player. I think he's in the better offense as well. So we're going to leave this lineup as is. Okay. Google says, dude, about half the time it's going to be Jefferson. Yeah, I mean, this has been the perfect setup for someone going against Justin Jefferson in fantasy. Where, yes, of course, Jefferson is cooking. Where, yes, of course, Jefferson is helping out this Vikings team. But at the same time, it's all penalties. 0 fantasy points. So your boy right now going up against Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones has allowed a total of 16 fantasy points, which is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But let's move this over. That's what we call good defense. What we call good defense. Yeah. With Aaron Jones, I was saying, they probably don't need to bring him back in the second half because it's not a game, but Ty Chandler may be costing them this game here. You get the fumble. Not nearly as efficient as Jones. You can't really rule Aaron Jones out for the game. You go, oh, just kidding. Jones back in. God, if I end up moving to 4-1 this week in the Flock League, it's going to be with the least points against. It is going to be legendary. It's going to be beautiful. And also this week, I have no Devonta Smith. I have no Ladd McConkey. I have no Sam Laporta. So getting them all through the bye and getting 1 week closer to returning for Waddle, it seems going to get stronger as the year goes on. This is great. Omar says, how has it come to this with Brees? Brees just needs to get out of New York. Brees being stuck in with the Jets is the equivalent of Barkley being stuck with the Giants. Okay, let's move this over. Mark says, is this the real Flock Fantasy channel? I don't know exactly what that means. Yes. But looking at Darnold escapes. And just gets rid of it. Let's go. Brees in a third for Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams does not save this team. Like, from a real life perspective, this isn't the same situation as like Adams going to the Ravens. Adams going to the Ravens makes so much sense in real life, and I think it does move the needle as well. Where moving on from Bateman and going to get Devontae Adams is such a significant upgrade for a team that has real Super Bowl aspirations. Where it's hard to say the Jets have that at this point. I think it makes so much more sense for Mark says, I saw a couple Flock Fantasy channels. I was just asking, bro. If you see a fake Flock Fantasy channel, for the love of God, email it to me at mason.flockfantasy.com. Let me check out what's going on. Okay. No Dog says, what are your thoughts on Jawan Jennings? I think Jawan Jennings is a good real-life player. Do I think it's going to make a big difference in your fantasy football league? Not if it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. At best, I think he's the 4th option in this offense behind Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk. At worst, the wide receiver that they just took round 1 that could potentially come back anytime now with Ricky Pearsall does make Jennings the 5th option in this offense. So, in my mind, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I don't really know if Jennings is somebody that has enough upside to really move the needle. Obviously, he's been great over the past 2 weeks. Google user says Kittle is super overrated, just a creature of opportunity. I honestly do not think that at all. I think Kittle's phenomenal. Rodgers sacked. Mayo the Goat says Alexander Madison or Trey Tucker. I definitely feel a lot better about Alexander Madison this week. I mean, obviously, Trey Tucker's been phenomenal over the past 2. But at the same time, I believe that Trey Tucker is the 3rd target in this offense behind Jacoby Myers as well as Brock Bowers. Whereas Alexander Madison was already trending towards being the starter anyway. and then you get Zamir White labeled out for this game. Now Alexander Mattison will have the usage as a receiver and anytime they go to the red zone. Not super excited about either player because they're both stuck in what should be the worst offense in the NFL this week, according to sportsbooks. But I can go with them. And if you look at, the pick'ems that you have on Underdog for these two guys, I know that people are like super upset about me continuously saying to bench Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker, you currently have higher, lower 98.5 receiving yards on Underdog. Higher, lower 5.5 targets. Like, this is not a player that you can consistently rely upon. Madison, on the other hand, you have higher, lower 74.5 total yards. You have the usage as a receiver here as well. Like, Alexander Madison's a solid RB2 start if you need one with an injury or with a bye. But Trey Tucker's not appealing. Matthew says, what are your thoughts on Tutu Atwell? I think if you're desperate and you play in a league with multiple flex spots, you could look at Tutu Atwell this week. You have Tutu and Jordan Whittington really looking like the main two receivers for this Rams offense. Should be a high-scoring environment as well going up against the Packers. I believe this game is the highest over-under of any game of the week. Say Caleb or Lawrence. I'm going to go Lawrence over Caleb. If you look at Lawrence, you have a 24.5 point total for this Jags offense. Sportsbooks are actually saying that this is going to be the best Jags offense that we've seen all week, which is why I think that, honestly, Etienne's a must-start guy. I think Brian Thomas, Christian Kirk are both extremely appealing now that you have Evan Ingram ruled out yet again. I believe we have Brian Thomas ranked wide receiver 19. Christian Kirk as that low-end wide receiver 2. So I definitely go Lawrence. Andrew says Dell or Leggett. Give me Tank Dell over Xavier Leggett. I know it's weird, but it's a really tough matchup for Leggett going up against the Bears. The Panthers offense actually does project score fewer points this week than it has over the past two. So honestly, you're completely fine to go through. Bench Leggett, play Dell, should be a higher scoring offense. And I think that they see a similar amount of targets. Now, with that being said, I really hope Dell is outscored by Leggett. I have no Tank Dell in Underdog drafts, and I have a ridiculous amount of Leggett. I hope he crushes them. Jeffrey says Lamar Daniels. I think Lamar is going to be in the highest scoring game this week. He is my QB1. Or QB2, regardless. He's in the tier with Allen. And then Dell or Downs. I would rather have Josh Downs under the assumption. And yeah, it's not even an assumption anymore. Anthony Richardson is ruled out. So now that we have Flacco, I'll go Downs. But let's move this over. And I do want to take advantage of our Underdog picks soon. So I want to remind everybody, if you are on Underdog, definitely make sure you are keeping up to date with all the promos that they have. They've been dropping these literally every single day for October. These profit boost tokens. So if you are ever going to be making a pick'em entry on Underdog, you need to look under your promo tab to see if you have a profit boost token available to you. The difference between me putting this 31% profit boost token off this week is if it's off, this 3-player pick'em of Waddle to score a touchdown, Tyler Huntley to have at least 165 passing yards, Jacoby Brissett to at least have 167 passing yards. This would be $25 to win 326. However, if you apply the token, which is completely free, it's $25 to win 419. So make sure if you have one of those promo tokens, you use it. They've been dropping them every single freaking day, which is why I've been making Underdog picks pretty much every single freaking day. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these with the link in the description or live chat, you can. Available in damn near every state, available in California, Texas, Florida, etc., etc. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get that Dak Prescott free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day as well. You can find that link in the description and comment section. But let's move this over. So officially the fourth quarter here. Like I said, just in case you're just joining us, I am going up against Aaron Jones and Justin Jefferson. Really rooting for them to not do anything. I'd have been fine with that Addison catch. I'd have been fine with that for damn sure. Google user says greatest Jags offense of all time. All time. Throws the Blake Bortles garbage time teams to shame. Vikings take. Somebody says you shaming Bortles. I'm not shaming Bortles. So the last time we see the Jags putting up a ridiculous amount of points on the board were the Blake Bortles garbage time teams. Christian says, what's up with Eckler? I'm playing Eckler this week. I don't feel great about it. I mean, if you look at Austin Eckler, should have the receiving role, which should be pretty safe. Brian Robinson maybe is a little bit less appealing than he otherwise would be. Big routes of Sermon or McLaurin in the flex in a standard league. If it is a non-PPR format, give me Trey Sermon over Terry McLaurin. Non-PPR format, give me Sermon. Jason says Moss, Dowdle, or Keenan at the flex in a full PPR. Give me Moss. A little bit concerned about the Chase Brown usage, of course, but should be a good offense, very high scoring game, and I think Moss does see the majority of the touches. I'm assuming we don't all see the same commercials, right? I want to talk to you all about this fentanyl commercial I just saw. I'm sorry, this fentanyl commercials are going crazy right now. Have y'all seen this? What the heck was that? Okay. But anyway, Geno or Kyler, I know it's a tough matchup, obviously, with Kyler going up against the Niners, but I would prefer to go ahead and play Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's going to give you the rushing upside. Geno Smith's been great over the past few weeks, but you have to keep in mind the context of this, where you've seen some of these games from Geno Smith with 50-plus dropbacks. This past week, he had 60-plus dropbacks. That may be the case when you're going up against the Detroit Lions. You have to play keep up. But when you're playing the New York Giants, here, there's no way in hell that the Giants are going to be winning this game by multiple touchdowns in the second half. So with the assumption that we actually see the dropbacks go down and the Seahawks be a little bit more of a balanced offense in this game, I think I'd rather have Kyler. You have the rushing upside. Even if it's a tough matchup. Okay. Wandale or Downs, really close, honestly. It's up to you. I think go back and forth. Ben, welcome to being a member of the flock. G Car says Brian Robinson, Christian Kirk, or Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'd probably rather have Brian Robinson. It is encouraging that he was cleared good to go 2 days ago and last night, not today. Wait, who was that? Tyler Conklin. How many targets does Tyler Conklin have this game? Oh, Rodgers smacked. Is he going to get up? Yeah. This Vikings defense is fun to watch. If 6 receptions for Conklin. Ching says, do we have a status on McBride yet? Yeah, McBride's good to go. I think it was cleared either late last night, early this morning. But McBride should be active. Njoku, Pat Frymuth. I'm starting Pat Frymuth as a fill-in for Sam Laporta this week. So I hope it is Frymuth, but honestly, I'd rather have David Njoku. I mean, with Njoku, obviously, we can't sit here and bring everything from this 1 week, but you go back to week 1, only like 30 snaps. The man was like a top, borderline top 5 tight end. Seeing him play the full game, I think you have to say Njoku is one of the better tight ends in fantasy. Okay, let's see. 3rd and 13 for the Jets. Yeah, just throw in the direction of Garrett Wilson and pray to God he does something, and there's no shot. Okay, what can you get for Dontavian Wicks? Here is what you do if you have this question. You head over to a free little site that we made for y'all. You can go over to flockfantasy.com. What can I get for Dontavian Wicks? Go to the trade finder. This pulls in real trades for all leagues. You can look in your exact league settings. I'm assuming you either play in a half or a full PPR format, 1 QB league. And, sorry, the camera's in the way. It's either going to be a 10 or a 12 team format. And go, what can I get for Wicks? Today, Dontavian Wicks has been traded for Chase Brown, Leggett and Amari, Javonte Williams. Wicks and Mike Williams were traded for Keon Coleman. Wicks was traded for Myers. Wicks and Bijan for Kenneth Walker. Wicks for Pickens. Wicks for Waddle. Wicks for Keenan. Wicks for Chase Brown. Wicks and Gibson for Kincaid. Wicks for Madison. Wicks for JSN. Wicks for Jameson. This is completely free for you over on flockfantasy.com. So go ahead, and if you ever have a question like that, you can pull up the trade calculator. Okay. Big Worm says, would you put JSN or Jennings in the flex? I would go JSN over Jennings. I don't think Jennings is startable. Like in my mind, Jennings is the 4th target behind Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle. Now, obviously, he led the team in receiving yards last week, led the team in receiving yards the week before, dominated the week before with almost 50 points. But still. Gio says, Mason, what do I do with Brees? Your options here are 1, to cut him, 2, to try to trade him, and 3, to hold him. Let's go through hypothetically how each one of these options plays out. Cutting Brees Hall would be the biggest mistake you've ever had. Obviously, you don't do that. That's not even an option. Trying to trade Brees Hall, go to your league chat right now and say, hey, Brees Hall is on the trade block. And just see what offers come in your direction and just see what people say. You're probably going to have laughing emojis come in. You'll probably be made fun of a bit. And you're probably not going to get anything offered. I think your only option is to hold. Clearly, if we had a time machine, we can go back to week 1 and you could have sold back then we would. But you're probably just going to be crying to yourself that you have Brees Hall on your team. And we can figure out, I don't want to react like in game here because obviously things may change. But we can update our rankings right now on the site. I know for a fact Brees falls behind Derrick Henry down here to RB6. How much further down do y'all move Brees Hall? At this point, I think you have to say you'd rather have Barkley, Kamara, Gibbs, Kyron, Henry over Brees. But honestly, after this week, Jonathan Taylor will be 1 week closer to returning. HN will be 1 week closer to having Tua back in. Would y'all rather have Brees Hall or Kenneth Walker at this point? Please spam the chat. Would you rather have Brees or Walker rest of season? Walker. Every single person in mom would rather have Kenneth Walker here. Sam Darnold, interception. Rodgers out. I'm not going to move Brees behind Kenneth Walker. Let's see what Rodgers does in this drive. I know we shouldn't be making rankings based off one drive, but we'll put Brees at running back 8 for now. And let's actually see, how does that affect the power standings in our league? Danny down to 4. Badaki and Zach crushing it at the top with Avery. With the power standings, of course, these are paper tigers because your boy is currently 3-1. I'm down here in the middle. I'm possibly going to be moving to 4-1 after this week. But yeah, Danny was up there by far and away. But it says Darnold hasn't looked good since he took that big hit earlier in the game. Also, since you've had no Aaron Jones. The Aaron Jones has actually impacted the way that this offense has looked. Hey, Rod says Darnold has me 1.42 points. Has Darnold really only scored that many points? What does the volume look like for Darnold? 128 passing yards, 1 interception. Obviously, not much rushing, 13 rushing yards. He had no passing touchdowns. Depending on your league format, Darnold probably has more points than that, but still. Not many at all. Durant says Darnold hasn't completed a pass in the second half. I think he definitely has. At least to Addison, I know. Garrett Wilson catches the ball. Garrett Wilson just nothing after the catch here. But the Jets are at least moving. Jeff says Ramondre or Gibson. I think you have to play Gibson over Ramondre this week. I'm not excited to play either, to be honest with you. But I mean, I have Ramondre and I'm for sure benching him. Like I'm playing Javonte over Ramondre this week. Okay. But who was that almost to? Tyler Conklin? I have no tats, but to be honest, if I was like Jack, like an NFL player, I definitely would. Yeah, Rodgers has been putting the ball. Like, Rodgers has been making like. Yeah, this is Rodgers been making crazy throws. You just had absolutely nobody open here. I think a lot of this is coaching in this game. BNC says this is Javante's breakout week. Knowing that you have a Broncos profile pick, I'm not trusting you too much on it, but I'm hoping so. It's a good matchup for it. Mike Williams finally doing something. Save some underdog teams I have. Yeah, the Raiders suck. That's why I'm playing Javonte. Like, this is one of the few games you're going to see all year where the Broncos are actually favored. So I think you can look at Javonte if you want. I mean, looking at the underdog pick for Javonte this week, and this is honestly a big thing that I do in terms of submitting my own starting lineups, is just trying to get realistic expectations with these guys. They have Javonte currently higher lower 73.5 total yards, which I believe is one of the highest marks that we've seen so far this year. The Butcher says Jefferson doing nothing in the second half seems to be a common theme. Jefferson, if we get a point per defensive interference called, Jefferson's crushing. But let's see. First and goal from the 12. Yeah, 0% chance they run this. Brees, cheap little reception, get them back where they were before the penalty. Fetty Wap says Waddle or Myers PPR. We're going to go with Myers over Waddle. I'm really not excited about the matchup, of course, going up against Denver. You do have a considerable amount of targets for Myers last week, though, where I believe he had 10. But looking at the underdog picks that you have currently, you have Jacoby Myers higher lower 41.5 receiving yards. You have Waddle higher lower 34.5 as well. So neither guy's exciting, but I think we would go Myers with no Adams. Michael Wilson gets him down within the 3-yard line. From what I can tell with Wilson, the man needs his stats. Like, especially you go back to the game a couple weeks ago. I think it was against the Pats, where Wilson was tackled at like the 1, and it was going to be like first and goal from the 1, where obviously they were going to be able to punch it in. And Wilson like threw the biggest fit ever that he didn't get the touchdown. And then they immediately manufactured the touchdown for him on the next play. Like, Wilson seems like he acts like he plays fantasy football and has himself in his own lineup. I think I'll probably get your Brees touchdown here. Yeah, this is a Brees touchdown. Yeah, this is the Brees touchdown. Okay. Isaac says Brian Thomas Jr. or Devon Achane in the flex in a full PPR. I would rather have Achane. I think it's actually a better game environment for Achane than what we've seen over the past few weeks, where I think you could reasonably see. Actually, never mind. They're not just running it. They're giving Rodgers. They're giving Garrett Wilson the touchdown. Yet again, Wilson gets snubbed of it at the 1-yard line. They go, okay, we got to get it to him. Garrett Wilson gets the receiving touchdown. 1-score game here. How many points does Garrett Wilson have at this point? Garrett Wilson went from being disappointing to now cooking. Pull this up. Yeah, Wilson's going to end up dropping almost a 30 bomb this week. Wilson's at about 25 points. Okay. So let's move this over. Worm says, and with that, I'm going to be 2-3. Do we have Wilson? Are we going against Wilson? We winning or losing this week? Roland says, I was going to bench Wilson. Thank God I didn't. You want to do something fun? You want to go to our rankings video and control F Garrett Wilson and see what people are saying in the comments? Let's do something fun here. Can I control F comments? Okay. Let's see what people are saying about our Garrett Wilson ranking. Why can't we control F jump here easily? Okay, well, I thought that'd be easier. Never mind. 18 targets, his best Malik Neighbors impression. And now here's what we need, Vikings, in this game. Let's play extremely slow. Let's get a ton of rushing attempts. Drain the clock. Let's go, Vikings. Come on. Anything but Justin Jefferson. Big Jordan Addison touchdown here. Big Addison TD. Okay. Ty Chandler. We're draining clock. Lead it. Yeah, Vikings kicking themselves for not running the clock down before the half 100%. This is funny. Jaw Honey says, bro, Fetty Wap's here. I'm not going to lie. I love Fetty Wap. If Fetty Wap was here, I'd lose my mind. But, dear God. I'm not going to cry too much about the Jefferson reception. What are we sitting here so far with Justin Jefferson this week? $13.6 points. Let's hold him here. You don't need more, Jefferson. Let's call it. Yeah, that was a great cut for Chandler. Leon says Zach Charbonnet or Ramondre Stevenson. If Ramondre Stevenson saw more touches than Antonio Gibson, would I be surprised this week? No. If Ramondre Stevenson, if Zach Charbonnet saw more touches than Kenneth Walker, would I be surprised? 100%. So I think you go Ramondre Stevenson over Zach Charbonnet. If you look at my rest of season rankings on the site, we actually do have them pretty damn close. Just because I do think Charbonnet has a much higher ceiling rest of season here. Great rankings. But for this week in particular, with a healthy Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet is nothing more than a desperation play. I don't want to look at week 5. I want to go back to rest of season. Running back, we have rest of season, Charbonnet running back 31, Ramondre 34. But this week, you want Ramondre. So I think you have a higher floor with Ramondre with the healthy Kenneth Walker. But I think you have a higher ceiling with Charbonnet if Kenneth Walker were to go down. Okay. Oh, thank God. I thought that was Jefferson. Anybody but Jefferson, like I said. Gugu says they kind of sucked already without Jones. Yes, they did. All right, here's what we're going to do, Vikings. We're going to slow it down. You're in field goal range. We're just going to run the ball a couple times. Drain the clock. Come on. Burn clock here. Burn clock, no Jefferson touchdown. Burn clock, no Jefferson touchdown. Jacob says Akers or Judy. With Njoku back, think you have to move Judy down. You have no Dameon Pierce as well as no Joe Mixon. God! Oh, yes! Was that a pick? No, it wasn't a pick. Jefferson drops the ball. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, there we go. That's what you get for throwing it to Jefferson. What did I say? Oh. Yes. Jefferson drop. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it was thrown behind him. I mean, if that was Jalen Naylor, I'm saying, okay, completely understand. Yeah, that's Sam Darnold's fault. But, I mean, you're Justin Jefferson. You're getting paid all the money. That's the catch you make. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all say that my defense does not matter. Y'all say my coaching in fantasy football does not matter. Explain this then. Explain it for me. Chad says Aaron Jones still the leading rusher for the Vikings and only played half a quarter. Really funny there. Cindy says drop Kmet for Njoku. I spent 30 fab on Kmet, so I'm hesitant, but I should just do it right. Yes, you should. Like I've seen that in the Flock League too, where I think Danny spent like 37 fab on Carson Steele. The second Steele got benched for Hunt and he dropped Steele. Now I picked him up afterwards just because I had the open rush spot. Probably I'll drop him next week. But yeah, don't be attached to a player just because you spent a bunch of fab on him. If you have a better play off the waiver wire, you go just get the better play. It's irrelevant where you. Santiago, Team Mason stand-up. Let's go. No Jefferson. No Jefferson. God. Locking him down. Daniel says, Darnold getting nervous now that there are expectations. I mean, Darnold, those past two throws look good. Like, I don't think you can blame Darnold for that. Obviously, Darnold, maybe the play in the third quarter didn't look great, but this is a real game here. I thought this was going to be a disgusting game, but we're about to get 6 points up for the Vikings over the Giants. And Rodgers will have 3 minutes and 2 timeouts, so plenty of time. Almost too much time, to be honest. Almost too much time here. Yeah, but we went up against Jones and Justin Jefferson. Right now, it's looking like they may end up with only 21.5 points. And that is pretty much best case scenario. If you would have told me that coming into the game, I would have accepted it immediately. Okay. Now let's move this over. Garrett Wilson coming for 20 targets. Flores says start KC or Buffalo's defense. Definitely going to go with the Chiefs defense. The spread on the Buffalo game's like 2.5 points. I believe the Chiefs are favored like 6 points over the Saints. You for sure want to go Chiefs defense over Buffalo defense. Moisty says Brees is the worst running back in New York. I don't want to take it that far. Ramondre versus Pittman for the flex from Tyler. I would definitely rather have Pittman, even if there is rain in Jacksonville. Should have a considerable amount of passing volume here with Flacco under center. And obviously with Ramondre being benched in a worse offense, I don't think Ramondre is exciting at all. Archer coming out with a donut. Thank you, my guy. But oh, I forgot. Let me double check to make sure we don't have any questions on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to get any guaranteed answers, obviously you can always go to flockfantasy.com, hit the little expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question. If you're wanting a team review, definitely take advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get hooked up with a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address to your account on Underdog so we can hook you up with that free team review voucher. But let's make sure that we don't have any more questions that we need to get to. Phoenix Lance came out with a start sit question. This is half PBR, 0.2 point per carry. Supposedly pouring rain in Jacksonville. Do we pivot away from Kirk to Trey Sermon? Here, real quick, at wide receiver, I would go still Christian Kirk over these other options. For the flex, though, I definitely think you go Trey Sermon here if it's a half PPR. Actually, no, we go Alexander Madison. You go Alexander Madison regardless. I mean, in this format, Madison should just crush with the cheap volume. If you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to play Trey Sermon over Kirk, if it is a 0.2 point per carry league, I think you can, but based off the way that the lineup's being submitted here, I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, Garrett Wilson, one hell of a game here. Let's smooth this over. Two minutes left. The thing is, if you are the Jets, obviously priority number one is score a touchdown, but at what time are you? Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, they take you down to 2 minutes. So saying like it's a balance of, or you get the ball with 3 minutes left. I feel like you almost want to score or not score as fast as possible. That way you at least have a shot to get the ball back. But then once you get down to cross midfield, like 2 minutes in, it's like, okay, if we've already chewed a minute off, we're looking like it's more likely to score. Then at that point, you probably want to slow it down. You don't want to give the Vikings a shot, if that makes sense. So at this point, I think the Jets are kind of in the spot where you're suited better to just not let the Vikings touch the ball again, almost regardless of what happens. Whereas if you get the ball with 4 minutes left, obviously it's a little bit closer to like, ooh, do we want to go for it right now, play fast at the beginning? That way, if we do punt, maybe we punt before the 2 minute drill. Okay. Obviously, trying to score a touchdown first, the number one priority. I would start Eckler over Ramondre. I literally have in my league Eckler and Ramondre Stevenson. I'm starting Eckler over Ramondre. I'm going to go through and I want to see if Underdog has any picks out with this. Obviously, Eckler looks less appealing now that Brian Robinson's good to go, but still, it should be a really strong offense. Going through and looking at this, Eckler, higher lower 39.5 total yards. Higher lower 2.5 receptions. Stevenson, they have 57.5 receiving yards. Dear God. Higher lower 1.5 receptions. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you play Ramondre Stevenson or would you play Austin Eckler? Am I making a mistake here? Are you going Stevenson or Eckler? What are you doing? Ramondre, Eckler, Eckler, Ramondre, Eckler. Eckler, Ramondre, Eckler. Yeah, I don't know. Non-PPR league, you obviously go Ramondre. What is Austin? Let's look up the Austin Eckler game log. What has the target volume look like? Average 3 targets a game. First down till Lazard. I think we're maybe making a mistake with Eckler over Ramondre. Oh, dear God. Wilson wide open, overthrown. Yeah, almost another touchdown there. That could have been massive. Reed says, this Najee over Wicks deal is killing me. I would go Najee. Like I said, I think Najee just has a ridiculous amount of touches in this game. Also, it's fun that's a game tonight, so we get to sweat it out. Garrett Wilson, first down, another reception. How many targets does Garrett Wilson have? Brees Hall, they said that was the first carry, the first rush attempt in New York in the past 19 snaps. Garrett Wilson, 21 targets today. $21 targets for Wilson. If you benched Wilson, RIP. He's a little ahead of all of them. After this game, I believe Wilson will probably be number 1 in the NFL in targets. He was number 7 in the league in targets coming into the year. Obviously, no Neighbors this week, and imagine this jumps him over Neighbors. This is about the best game you can ask for. Terms of how you get an ending. 58 seconds. You're in about the 26. Down by 6 points. Rodgers batted down. Did he try to catch it or did he try to hit it down? Yeah, no, he just intentionally missed it. Yeah, definitely the right call to let it fall to stop the clock. Like, I think, like, when it's that, like, it's easy for us to say that, like, looking at it. But when you're in the moment like that, I don't even know if your brain could work. Like, how can you realize, like, oh, the ball's coming to me. I got to drop it, you know? Oh, he somehow escapes the sack. Kind of throw it away. 100% Stevenson lost his starting job. I mean, if we didn't have the reports of Stevenson losing his starting job, then Stevenson over Eckler would be the easiest call in the world. That's the reason we are thinking Eckler here over Stevenson. Okay, let's see. 3rd and 10. Yeah, interception of Mike Williams, or targeting Mike Williams. GG, game is over. Good game. Vikings defense win this. Vikings 5-0. Obviously, we'll need to go through and we'll need to monitor what you have with the Aaron Jones injury. but looks to be a really exciting spot. And we have a couple more questions that are coming in that we need to answer here. So let's go through and let's get these done. Our next question is going to be coming through the site from Mighty Bush. It says 18-team guillotine league. Have a good padded stat line with Baker Pitt's Minnesota defense so far. So we are just thinking for the highest floor possible. Obviously, Juju with no Rashee Rice, all of a sudden we'll see a massive spike in snaps. But I'm going to go Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson's pretty much playing every single down for the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, letdown spot last week in a great matchup with no Trey McBride. Obviously, Samuel gets the bump up with no Shakir as well. But I'm going to go with the safety of what we've seen with the Wilson roll over the past few weeks in this kind of environment. Now, the Noctorious one says, someone drop Stevenson. Should I drop Charbonnet? Thank you, brother. No, I would rather have Charbonnet. In terms of who I start this week, I want Stevenson. But rest of season upside, if you think about it, like Antonio Gibson gets injured, what is Ramondre Stevenson at that point? He's back to being a low-end RB2. Kenneth Walker gets injured. Zach Charbonnet immediately turns into a top 10 RB. So if we're thinking about the player that's going to be the last roster spot for us, if we're not needing to start either one, I'd rather just have the player with the highest end outcome, highest possible outcome. Now, DK Jones coming out. Here, quarterback, we're choosing between Dak and Purdy. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Purdy over Dak Prescott. Great matchup that you have against the Arizona Cardinals. Right now, sportsbooks have the Niners as the highest scoring offense of the week. Just go ahead. Take Purdy. Good weather. Don't have to worry about it. But... and let's go ahead and let's actually make sure that we are using that underdog pick that we have, that underdog promo that we have with the 30% profit boost token. And actually, did we miss it? Dear God, never mind. We may have missed it. I'm sure. Let me know if y'all still have the 31% profit boost token. I was waiting to show it to everybody in the live stream. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of these underdog picks for the games today, you can find that link in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. If you use promo code FLOCK over there on Underdog Fantasy, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. Galen says, just put a 22 in a pick'em to win 617. I'm rooting for you. Hopefully you use the profit boost token. Looking at this, Joseph says, trade Breeze for Kenneth Walker. Funny enough, we literally just updated our rankings on the site. And this is something that we went and looked at. We moved Brees down to RB8. Gut reaction, have him back-to-back with Kenneth Walker. Honestly, I think at this point, yeah, you have to have Walker ahead of him. Even if it's a PPR league, the reception volume wasn't there for Brees. I think Brees and Bijan, some of the biggest losers that you have so far through the beginning of the season out of the guys that have managed to stay healthy. Brees down to RB9 in our rest of season ranks. Bijan down to RB10. And it'll move Kenneth Walker up to RB8. Okay. Now let's see. Green screen. Is McBride playing? Yes, McBride's playing. Njoku or Bowers. Obviously, Bowers was very disappointing this past week. He wasn't even the tight end one in his own offense. But I do think that Bowers is still going to be a must-start tight end with no Devontae Adams here. I think you have to jam him in. Moving this over, Madison or Sermon. I'm going to go Alexander Madison. A little afraid that Sermon will be in a running back by committee, where it does appear that Madison's kind of the standalone guy now that you have no Zamir White. Flex Achane or Christian Kirk. I'm going to go Achane. I think that Achane is somebody that you need to go through and start, knowing that this environment against the New England Patriots is one of the very few where you could actually see the Miami Dolphins win. You can see the Miami Dolphins up 2 touchdowns in the second half. So, yeah, for me, I think you just go through. I think you just play it safe, and you go with HN. Okay. Dream says, just started watching the Bills-Texans game. Texans jerseys are insane. I saw them on Twitter. I'll go ahead and I'll pull them up in 1 second. But again, real quick, we had a report coming out says the Colts are hopeful that Richardson will be playing in week 6. Colts are hopeful that you'll have Richardson in week 6. And outside of that, really, we don't have any other news reports to cover. Today, for me, has been a great start. I went up against Aaron Jones. I went up against Justin Jefferson. Very, very reasonable finish. Of course, I will be dropping a video right after the games tonight that should be like 45 minutes long, covering everything that's happened, all the fantasy football impacts for it. We're all going to be hanging out in the live chat, talking, of course, in that premiere. So I really hope I get to see you after the games tonight. Of course, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We're streaming for 5 hours every single day, answering as many fantasy football questions as we possibly can. And yeah, definitely make sure you take advantage of all the free tools that we have over on flockfantasy.com, where you can get free rest of season rankings. You can go ahead and you can get, you can link your fantasy football team if you play on Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo for completely free. And you can look at power rankings for your exact teams in your league. You can get a free trade finder where we had a question earlier today. Somebody asked, what can I get for Dontavian Wicks? You can look up Dontavian Wicks and see all the trades that were made involving Dontavian Wicks in real fantasy football leagues today. Trade calculator, of course, where you can put in your exact league settings and we make the adjustments based off your league settings. So make sure you take advantage of all that. You can find it at just flockfantasy.com. And if you wanted to check out any of those underdog picks, you can find that link in the description. You can find that link in the live chat. Code FLOCK will get you hooked up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus code FLOCK will also be getting you that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a free team review through flockfantasy.com. So make sure you take advantage of it. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all, and I really hope I get to see you out with the video premiere after the games end tonight.